Accusations against the Prophet or the Messenger or the Imam or the Hujjah of the time in order to discredit them is not something that is strange. We would also have to say that the accusations against the Prophet Muhammad of being a charlatan who changed verses in the Quran and who basically sexually assaulted children, and these accusations that are against him that he was more worried about sexual pleasures and that's why he had so many wives and that he was using magic and mind control to control his people. We would have to also say that these accusations prove false the claims of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him and his family. And Jesus also was accused of using the devil as a source of his power, and he was accused of being a great Dajjal, a misleader. Accusation
Do you hear me now? I don't know why you cannot guys hear me, and I just fix it. Sorry for that. All right, I will repeat from the beginning. So this guy, he was saying that there is accusations against prophets, against the great men. I will play the video again so we can hear it from the beginning, as long as you have an audio problem, and you will hear my comment from the start. Abdul, so when your prophet wife, she said that it was 6 years old when he did marry her. What do you mean accusation? What do you mean by that? How that is an accusation? If the wife is 6 years old. Continue, continue. So when your faithful prophet, he slept with Aisha at the age of 6, at the age of 9, he put the whole thing inside her. Excuse my language. According to Muslims, according to your books, Shia and Sunni. So what do you mean accusation that he assaulted her? A child at the age of 6, her mother, she was feeding her cucumber and date, as Aisha, she said, so she can fatten her up to send her to Muhammad to F her. What do you mean by accusation? Is that an accusation or this is a fact? Okay, continue. So he has many wives. For what reason? I will give you an example. If we go in the Old Testament, we will find some names like David. He had many wives. Is that because he is interested in sex, or he is interested in collecting women for a museum? Isn't it obvious that he is lost and he is obsessed? You see, we Christians are not hypocrite like you. And the Bible condemned what David was doing. In fact, God, he punished him and punished his family and destroyed his kingdom. And the Bible is my witness for what I'm saying. So when you say he is, obsessed with sex because he have wives, this accusation, well, this is not accusation, it's a fact. He gave himself a privilege other Muslims don't have. One of the privilege of your pervert prophet, if his eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her so the prophet can F her. Is that accusation or it's a fact? Continue. Guys, you don't hear the video too? Even the video you cannot hear it? Oh boy. I don't know what's wrong with the system here. Alright, let us see now. Look like I have to start all over. Shall I shut down and go live again? You said you cannot hear the video, right? Let me play it now. Is it working?
We would have to also say that these accusations prove false the claims
Is it working now?
Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him and his family. And
did you hear him? All right. We have to start again from zero. I don't know. It's my fault. I should check. You see here there's a window, but it shows the microphone working. I mean, stupid software. It must be made by Al Mahdi. We have to play it again from zero then. What we can do, later I'm going to cut. I can shut down this live and start from zero again. What do you think? Which one is better? Because I hate that people will come later and they will see that it's not working, and they click and they find that the video did not start working, or then I have to cut it later after we finish, and that will delete the chat. What do you think? What I should do? Shall I shut down this broadcast and do it again, or just continue? What do you think? Carry on, restart, carry on, restart. You guys sound like Arab. I mean, the Arab, they can't agree about anything. We Arab, we agree about not to agree. Do you know that? The scholars agreed that about not to agree about what this verse means, brother. Really? Yeah, the scholars agree about not to agree. All right. Later, I'm going to cut the start to avoid the missing audio. So people who come after that, they will. But it's going to take 24 hours. You know what, guys? It's not worth it. Let me shut it down. I will create live again. I know we will lose people. But if you are interested, you will come back. If you are not, take a hike. What we can do. So I will close this broadcast and I will create the same name, same title again, in both in Rumble and in YouTube. And by the way, I decided to go on YouTube. I said to myself, if he flag me in YouTube, that will be even for my better benefit, because that will be a big expose to this false Mahdi who need YouTube support. You know what I mean? He claimed to be sent by God. So imagine if the guy who's sent by God go into YouTube and reporting Christian Prince for spanking him. That would be really good. Right? Otherwise, I was going to say, you know what, I'm going to go on Rumble only. But then I said, and YouTube will be fun if he try to file a complaint against me, right? Yeah, because that will be good. I mean, the Mahdi need the copyright. Protect me, protect me. We're proud of that. Be careful, CP, my YouTube taken down. So what? They can take it down. They can take my channel down, but they cannot take us down. We open a new one. What a big deal. In 2 minutes, we open a new one. People will come from everywhere. Who care? I have the power of the Mahdi. What's wrong with you? Take it down. Like, do you think really I care about the number of subscribers? Who care? What we care for is those who come to listen. Otherwise, the numbers, who care? So, you know what? I will continue this time, and later I'm going to do editing. So we start the video. I will cut the first, 5-6 minutes, whatever. So people who come and watch, they will not find anything missing in the audio. So I will play again the audio he is saying here, and we will start from now. Go, Abdul. What's wrong with my mouse?
Accusations against the Prophet or the Messenger or the Imam or the Hujjah of the time in order to discredit them is not something that is strange. We would also have to say that the accusations against the Prophet Muhammad of being a charlatan who changed verses in the Quran and who basically sexually assaulted children, and these accusations that are against him, that he was more worried about sexual pleasures and that's why he had so many wives, and that he was using magic and mind control to control his people. We would have to...
I want to know where this donkey he got this information from. Who is the one who accused Muhammad of using magic to control them? You mean the Arab? Because as I know, our source says, which is your source, say the opposite, that Muhammad himself was bewitched. And the accusation that the Prophet, he have many wives, that's why he likes sex, this accusation, or he have many wives for real? Why he have many wives? I mean, what the point? He want to use them to spread Islam, huh? How many women you have to spread yourself? Are you spreading by women now? Like you, so women legs they spread, Islam is spread with it. Continue, continue. I like your. Look at this. Look, guys. Look at this guy. What a scammer! The accusation. I want to see the whole interview. People accusing you of what?
Also say that these accusations prove false the claims of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him and his family. And Jesus also was accused of using the devil as a source of his power, and he was accused of being a great dajjal, a misleader.
All right, so guys, this guy, he is trying to refute accusation, but we have here stupid Mimi Hijab.
Accusation.
But here we have a court. This is court. This is the court from California, Sacramento, the county Sacramento. And this is the case. And this is the defendant, Abdullah Hashim. His partner, his name is Joseph McGrone, etc., etc., etc. Accusation happened in the U.S. District Court for Eastern District of California. And here you will find the case number, and here you will find all the details about the case. So what they accuse him with: fraud, blackmail, and the judge, he judged against him. So what do you mean accusation? Is it really accusation, or it's a real thing? It's a fact. Are you brave enough to say the judge is a liar? Are you brave enough to say the judge was bribed by somebody? So was it accusation or it was a fact? This coward, he make what is a fact accusation. Right? This is the court. In fact, I can go, hold on, let me see where we can find more details. Give me a minute. Accusation, huh? Potato? Wow. Those are accusation. So the case which he called accusation, which is confirmed to be true, he was accused of the following. Let us see. So the case granted default judgment against Abdullah Hashim for civil claims for racketeering, fraud, blackmail, and extortion. What? And extortion. That is the case against you, Potato. This is not accusation, and the judge against you. So when you say you have a history of being a fraud, I will post the link for all of you so you can read and see that this guy is nothing but a fraud. From the start of his life, he is trying to blackmail and make money out of the pocket of somebody else. This is the link, and this is court link. This is judge. All the details of the case is there, all right? Filing 59, 56, 50, 47. This is all the dates and the numbers, all right? And the judgment based on this case. Potato. Now we will go. I wasn't sure really to start which video. All of them, they are priceless, proving to me that he is a mentally ill person. A scammer, but stupid. However, even if you are stupid, you will find more stupid people to believe in you. Listen to this.
Thank you so much, Abu Sadiq, for sitting with us here today, for this opportunity to talk to you. There's been quite a lot going on recently, and I think it would be best if I began with what happened on Easter Day, what happened that time where, as we know, the Ansar who believe in you, some of them went out there with those banners and they stood in your name and they said that the Pope is Abu Sadiq. And they had that banner that said on it, allegiances to God. They held it out there in front of the alleged Pope Francis. And we know that 24 hours right after that, there was the news that the so-called Pope Francis had passed. And we saw that as a huge sign, a huge divine plan that had taken place, because it was right after the news of you being the Pope had been delivered in that setting.
A Muslim, he is the Pope. Just to show you that this idiot did not even know his religion. According to Islam, even actually, by the way, according to the Bible, you cannot call anyone father. Is that correct? The Bible is so clear. So when a group of a Christian, they call the Pope Papa, that is a false calling. This is not biblical. This is against the Bible. So because the Bible says only your Father in heaven is your Father, only. There's no other person. Nobody. Even the Messiah himself, he called him Father. Only one person. not to any man. But just to show you how this idiot, when he claimed to be the new Pope, the true Pope, he did not know his religion, because in the Quran it says it clearly. When somebody call God, not a man, Father, he is committing a great sin. This is a fabrication. Chapter 5, verse number 18. Because Muhammad is a donkey, he do not know what the Christian and the Jews, they meant by that. So he said to them, the Jews and the Christian, they say we are the children of Allah. By the way, we don't believe in Allah. But let us go. And his loved one say, why then does he punish you for your sin? Nay, you are but a human. Secondly, in the Quran, it says clearly that a Muslim, he cannot call anyone father unless he is his real father. Have you ever of somebody heard sent by God and he speak about the Quran to be the book of God, but you do not know his book? So when you say, I am the Pope, this is the link for the court. We don't want it. So when he claimed that he is the true Pope, that means he is the true Papa. What's wrong with this website? All right. Read carefully. Chapter 33, verse number 5. Call them by the name of their father. There's no adopted son, by the way. This is fabrication. They added the Quran here. Anyone have to be called only by his real father. So when you say you are the new Pope, that means you are the new Papa. When the Quran forbid any Muslim to call anyone Papa unless he is his real father, you donkey. Anyone, Shia, Christian, Sunni, anyone can open the interpretation and read the interpretation for this verse. So when you donkeys claim that he is the new Pope, we die laughing at you. This is a video made by him, which is contained the same, previous video, but I will play it from the beginning because I find it very hilarious. And look how they keep the room so dark, like a rat room. If you are the Mahdi, why you keep the room? I mean, Mahdi means the guidance. Guidance, you're in the dark. What this dark for? Is that a wicked room? Why there's no light? Where is the light? Why everybody wearing black? Satanic temple? The temple of Satan? What this, and what those pictures, isn't it the Islam forbid art and forbid pictures? But let us watch this video and laugh together. They told him what to say before he entered. Did you rent those people? Did you rent them or they are for real? 50 people, this is your religion now, you have 50 people? No problem. Okay, have a seat. He spoke to them as like they are his puppies. Have a seat. Anyone he speak Arabic, he will die laughing at the Mahdi who do not know Arabic. Al-Wahid al-Kahar. If there is an Arabic language, a word, it's called Al-Wahid al-Kahar. I never heard of this word. Is that new? According to the Shia, and you claim you are one of them, the Mahdi speak all languages of the world. According to the Shia, he swallow or he suck a rock, and this rock has all the languages of all mankind, and since then he speak all languages. Yet you do not know how to speak your mother tongue, you idiot. Al-Wahid al-Kahar? Al-Kahar? Al-Mahdi who do not know Arabic. And what happened to Al-Mahdi there? What is that in the picture there? This is the Mahdi. This is you? I don't know. It looked like there is some vine growing in your head. Continue, continue. Yeah, the Mahdi. The Mahdi. In the picture you have a black hair. In the video you have a blonde hair. It must be a miracle. Sallallahu ala Muhammadin. He's trying to make himself like he knew Arabic. Sallallahu ala Muhammad. Donkey. At least go practice a little bit so you can sound better.
In the Torah, Moses said, this is how you will know that the Lord has sent me to do all these things, and that it was not my idea. If these men die a natural death and suffer the fate of all mankind, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord brings about something totally new, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them with everything that belongs to them, and they go down alive into the realm of the dead, then you will know that these men have treated the Lord with contempt. As soon as he finished saying this, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households and all those associated with Qurah, together with their possessions. They went down alive into the realm of the dead with everything that they owned. The earth closed over them, and they perished and were gone from the community. At their cries, all the Israelites around them fled, shouting, the earth is going to swallow us too. Yesterday, the Ansar of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the Ansar of the Qa'im of the family of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
Wa salam.
The best Ansar on the face of the earth went out to the four corners of the earth to protest against the false pope and the false papacy, and to give glad tidings of the appearance of the real pope. The Ansar carried the divine message and delivered it to churches and Christians in Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico, Thailand, the Philippines, Senegal, Germany, the United Kingdom, Australia, the United...
Potato. Do you know how many countries they listen to me as I speak now? Do you know how many countries, how many people listen to me from around the world? So, and what happened? Yeah, they protest against the Pope and delivering the message.
United States, Serbia, Canada, and much more.
Much more.
And most significantly, to the Vatican itself. The believers stood in the crowd before the false Pope on Easter, the very day meant to commemorate the rise of Jesus alayhi salam from the dead. And they gave glad tidings of the rise of the riser. They raised the banners of allegiances to Allah, the banners of there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God.
You stupid donkey. The Shahada doesn't say there's no God but God. Otherwise, that would be so stupid. When you say there's no God but God, you just deny existence of God, you donkey. The Shahada is no God but Allah. Allah is the name. You don't say there's no God but God. I mean, are you stupid? No zucchini but zucchini? No James Bond but James Bond? The Shahada doesn't say no God but God, you donkey. It says no God but Allah. For Allah is a name of God, not a word meaning God. So this is the guy who claimed to be the Mahdi. He don't understand the very basic thing about the Shahada. You can go, all of you, and search. You will find Shia, Sunni, every stupid Muslim believe that Allah is not a word meaning God. It is the name, the very unique name of God, which is contained two words, A-L and Lah, which means the true name of the God of Islam is Lah, the moon God. Continue, potato.
God. And Ali and the Imams are the proofs of Allah. And the
What kind of God? His proof is Ali and Imam. The proof of Allah is Ali and the Imam. This is the proof of Allah. But neither Ali, neither the Imam exist. And if you are the proof of Allah, that means Allah must be stupid to send someone like you who do not know how to read his name. At least he sent you for a few years to learn Arabic. The proof of Allah is Ali and the Imams. So what the Quran was for? Yellow Pages book? Find the number of Fatima? This is the proof of Allah? Ali and the Imam and you. So deep.
Mahdi and the Mahdis are the proofs of Allah.
And the Mahdi is the proof of Allah. Okay, hold on, listen. You stupid donkey. You mentioned that Musa's, he said, the proof that I am sent by God is not when you die normally. Right? And then the earth split and swallowed them. What you have done? Where is your miracle? The miracle of Musa says, and you are the one who quote from the book of Number, chapter 16, that the earth split and swallowed those people. Did the earth split and swallow the Vatican? What you did to the Vatican, Pope? Tell us, tell us. I want to hear it. Is it true that you claimed that you killed the Pope?
And less than 24 hours later, a great miracle and sign occurred. A sign no less great than the earth swallowing Korah. The earth swallowed the false Pope. He was killed by the mere breath of the believers chanting.
What? You Abdul Potato, the believers you're chanting for the last 1400 years, and they have Pope after Pope after Pope. And you stupid donkey, you just said that Musa's caused all those people, hundreds of men, to be swallowed, not one guy. The Pope is 88 years old. Do you know how old the Pope? 88 years old, and he was sick in the hospital for the last 3 months, dying. And you claim that a miracle happened and you killed him? The chanting of the believers killed him? I have an offer for you, son of Muta. What about you make a video tomorrow, today, and you do the chanting of the believers, and then the new Pope will die immediately? What do you think, guys? Isn't it the good challenge? I mean, as long it happened, as long as it's a miracle. What the point of killing the Pope if the new Pope is coming? He's a false Pope anyway. What about you finish them all? What about you make the whole Vatican swallowed by the earth? I mean, look how silly. This is a miracle. The guy is 88 years old, dying from illness. He is in the hospital for the last couple of months. Hardly he can talk. And now the chanting of the stupid believers. What about you do chant so Israel will be swallowed by the earth? Huh? What about you do chanting and let the earth swallow me too? Do you think Shia are real Muslims? There is no real Muslim. Muhammad himself isn't a Muslim. Islam is not it's not a religion. Islam is just a gang. People, they join it to get the benefit of a gang. Never was a religion and will never be. It's a gang. And this guy, he don't believe in what he say. Because first, he do not know what his religion. Have you ever heard of somebody who do not know what he's talking about? But we will play the rest of the video so we can laugh more.
Labbaik ya Aba Al Sadiq.
Labbaik ya Aba Al Sadiq. This guy is calling himself. He's saying Labbaik ya, so he called himself Aba Al Sadiq. You don't even know how to say, by the way. Aba Al Sadiq, not Sadiq. Look at this dark room. Look at this. And they book a stage for him. The whole room doesn't even have 30, 40 people. And the statues in the front. Who is that in the statues there? Anybody knows who is this white statues there? Isn't it Islam against the statues? And what those pictures around you? Continue so we can laugh.
And the throne of falsehood was shaken. This miracle is no less significant than the one which occurred at the hands of the believers with Joshua the son of Nun alayhi salam.
This guy, he have a miracle. Now he killed the Pope. Those believers, they scream. Second day, the Pope is dead. It's the same as the miracle of Moses swallowing the earth. Same as Joshua. True story. True story.
When their mere presence around the walls of Jericho and the sounds of their horns caused the mighty walls to collapse. It is no less important than the miracle of Elijah alayhi salam, who called down fire from the sky to show the people where the truth lies and where falsehood is buried.
You see, just to show you how stupid this guy is, he is quoting things people they saw with their eyes. Done only can be done by God. You see, when he quoted the story of Moses in the book of Numbers, Moses, he says, if they die normal death, that is not my proof. But if they die not in a normal death, the guy is old, 88 years old, he is dying. Here we see fire coming from heaven. In the case of Moses, we see the earth split. How many times? Moses, he just said to them, the earth will swallow you. And then right away the earth opened and swallowed them. He did not come second day and says, oh, this is my God. He said, this is what will happen to you, and this is what happened to them. And here is mentioning the story of Joshua. But look what the Quran says. The Quran says that Allah, he put conditions on the Jews. Who is the one who put the conditions? Allah. That they should not accept anyone he claimed to be messenger from Allah unless he give a sacrifice, and then a fire shall devour, from heaven and consume it. So as long you mention Joshua and you mention the fire, what about you do exactly what your Quran speaking of, which your prophet failed to do? And the Quran confirmed that yes, Allah, He put this condition. Read carefully. Say, verily there come to you messengers before me with the clear signs and even what you speak of. So what is the signs of Allah? You give sacrifice, and then Allah will send a fire to consume the sacrifice. The same we find about the story of the children of Adam, which is a fabrication of Muhammad, copy it obviously from somebody. When the children of Adam, they want both of them to have sex with their sister, one of the sisters have a cross eyes. According to the Muslims, when Eve, she gave birth, each time she gave birth to two, one boy, one female. And Adam, he married the female from the twin of this boy to the other boy twin, and vice versa. But it happened that one of those twin, the girl, she have a cross eyes. So they were fighting about who is going to have her. Not the cross eyes, the one who don't have. So Allah told Adam, tell your sons to give sacrifice. And the one who I accept sacrifice from is the one who can take that girl. So both children of Adam, they give sacrifice, and then a fire came from heaven and took the sacrifice of one of them. And that was the sign to approve him, not his brother. So why you don't do the same? So look, Moses, he made the earth swallow those people, not one person. Why you don't make the earth swallow the Vatican? You know what, forget about the Vatican. Those cardinals, they are going to meet. They are meeting right now as we speak, I think, every day for the coming week to elect the Pope. So one of them will be the Pope. What about you? Ask Allah to make the earth to swallow them all. And that's it. No more new Pope. I mean, do you see the stupidest scam? So the guy is 88. You know, I did the pray because I believe this Pope is a deceiver. He's no Christian. He said all religion lead to God, which is false. The Bible is so clear. So he's no Christian. I prayed myself, but may God take him. Should I claim that I am the one who killed the Pope? I prayed for God to take him. You can watch my videos. I said that about 2 weeks ago, I think. And then a few days before he died, I said that again. I mean, this is so stupid. The guy is sick. The guy is so old. So we can say God took him, no problem. But to claim that you did a miracle, you donkey, that is hilarious. You are just a stupid a-hole. The chanting of the believers killed the Pope? What about you chant, so Netanyahu will die tomorrow, IDF will disappear, Israel will go? Chant yourself, not the believers. You. Who is more strong, you or the believers? You know, like if he says tomorrow the Pope will die, I will say, okay, how does this guy know? So a bunch of his guys, they went to the yard of the Vatican and nobody saw. Where is the video? Where is the video of those guys chanting? No problem. But let us say it happened. How in the world you say, you claim that this is a miracle done by your God? I will show you a miracle about killing your prophet. The Quran said, if Muhammad was fabricating words of Allah, Allah will grab him from his right hand and he will cut his artery. Chapter 69, which is a very well-known sexual positions for Muhammad. So if Muhammad fabricated Quran, Allah will use his right hand to cut his artery. How Muhammad died? Read with me. Exactly as the Quran said. Muhammad himself confirmed that he was killed by the poison which he ate by the right hand. Remember, the Muslims are forbidden to eat by any hand except the right hand. It's forbidden for a Muslim to use the left hand for food. According to Muhammad, if you use your left hand for food, shaitan eat with you. For sure, this is a stupid statement, but what do you expect? This is a miracle. Muhammad, he said in the Quran, that Allah told him, if Muhammad a liar, fabricator, Allah will cut his aorta. How he will cut it? He will use his right hands. Muhammad right hand. How Muhammad he was killed? By the poison. How he ate? By the right hand. What cut off? His aorta. You see it? Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Labbaik ya Aba Al Sadiq. Labbaik. Do you see the miracle potato? You're a prophet, he proved himself to be a fraud. What a garbage idiot. So when somebody filed against you in the court and they get you busted in the court as a fraud, and this is the court case, you are lucky you are not in jail. A fraud from the beginning of your life. The judge he judged against you of a fraud, blackmailing. What is the list of the? Hold on, let me read it. Racketeering. I don't know what that word means. Racketeering, fraud, blackmail, and extortion. All of those in this case. And you are the one who sent to save mankind. How? For sure with your black hat and your dark room. Continue.
Carried. And say, truth has come and falsehood has perished. Surely falsehood is ever bound to perish. God is with us, my believing brothers and sisters. He has made his choice clear, and he has honored us with this great sign.
By the way, he have a screen in front of him he is reading from. Remember, people are down in the ground. He is not looking at them. He is looking straight because he have a screen he is looking at.
Conquered the usurpers and the appointees of the devil. For the title of Pope is not an ordinary one. The title of Pope is claimed by those who say they are the vicegerent and successor of Jesus Christ alayhi salam. The Pope who sat in the Vatican.
Just to show you how stupid you are, there's nobody is a successor of Jesus. Christianity don't believe that anyone is a successor, because Jesus is God, not a man like us. He is God who came in the flesh, not the flesh became God. It is God who became a flesh. So they are, the Catholic, they are claiming that they are the successors of Peter, not Jesus. Idiot. potato.
And claim to be the spokesperson for Jesus, the representative of Jesus, the heir of Jesus, the successor of Jesus, and the divinely appointed voice of Jesus. But all of this is a lie.
I agree. All of this is a lie, the same as you are a lie. Because the voice of Jesus is the scriptures. No man is the voice of Jesus. This is why the Bible says, let him be accursed, the one who bring other than these scriptures. So no priest is the voice of Jesus. No bishop is successor of Jesus. Nobody is Jesus but Jesus. And nobody can forgive sin except Jesus. So you stupid idiot, obviously you do not know much about Christianity. You are just a donkey who claim to have knowledge. You do not know your religion. You do not know what we believe. And you do not know what we think about Jesus or about Peter.
Jesus ﷺ appointed his successor in his lifetime, and none has the right to appoint but him. He appointed Simon Peter when he said, and I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it.
Just to show you how stupid you are again. So as long as Jesus, he appointed Peter, and nobody can destroy his church. Is the Muslims the church of Jesus who follow Peter? We can't even find Peter's name in your religion. We cannot find one single line mentioning the name of Peter in the Quran. We cannot find one place where Muhammad mentioned someone called Peter. So as long as you mention that Jesus, he said to Peter that the gate of hell will not be able to destroy your church. How you stupid Muslim says that the church of Jesus and the church of Peter is destroyed long time ago? Do you see how stupid your claim is?
I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you...
You just admitted that Jesus is God. Because the one who can give the keys of heaven is God only. Your messenger cannot do it. Ali cannot do it. And you, potato, obviously you are a scam, like your prophet. So when you claim that you know what Jesus teach, and you just quoted Jesus, promising, saying to Peter, I will give you the key to heaven. Shouldn't you tell your stupid followers how Jesus can do such a thing if he is just a messenger? Do you have the key of heaven yourself? Which means you are the one who controls heaven?
You loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. So Jesus ﷺ named the first of his successors, and he named the last as well, the Comforter.
Oh.
He said, therefore I am sending you prophets and sages and teachers. Some of them you will kill and crucify, others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town. He also said, because of this, God in his wisdom said, I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill and others they will persecute. Clearly, Jesus ﷺ spoke of prophets who would come after him, and he named the chief among them. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient, Jesus said, for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And there has never been a man in history who claimed to be that Comforter, except the best of all prophets, the master of mankind, Muhammad Rasul.
Muhammad Rasulullah, you stupid idiot. It doesn't Jesus say himself that this is the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, it's not a man? I mean, how stupid you are. And those donkeys are shaking their head. You know, yes, yes, yes. And the camera is focusing. You know, woman, she's shaking her head. What about you read the chapter? It says that the Comforter is the Holy Spirit who will stay with you for everlasting. Forever. Is Muhammad with you forever? Is he a spirit? Is he alive now? I mean, how donkey, how stupid, how cheap. In 2 seconds, if we open the verses in the Bible, we will see how we can prove that those people are scammers. And obviously this guy, he do not know the Quran, do not know Christianity, he do not know anything. So when Abdul, he called for us about the Comforter. The first question you should ask him, did you read the verses? Seriously, did you read it? We can say clearly that none of the Muslims knows how to read. Every Muslim is a donkey until he proved the opposite. And I never went in a debate and the Muslim was not a donkey. If we go, right, me and you together, let me open the Bible. All right. Where is the Bible? All right, here. You are so dummy and so laughable, scammer. So this is our Bible. Who is the Comforter? It's in the front of you. Is it possible that none of those people in the front of him, they say to him, potato, you are making up a lie, because what you are quoting is not exist in the Quran. So you are quoting from where? You are quoting from the Bible. And the Bible makes it so clear that the Comforter is the Holy Ghost. And this Holy Ghost will ever be everlasting with you. He will never leave you. How cheap, how stupid, how big fat liar, how dummy. This is why I have no respect to Islam, neither Muslims. Because I never met in my life people who lie. I mean, they lied in the front of you. I mean, they changed the word, they changed the meaning, they changed the line. They changed in their book, they changed in our book, they lie. Just to win a false argument. Is it possible that those people who they are sitting there, none of them notice that this is really what the Bible is saying? Is it possible? Muhammad is the comfort. Did Muhammad bring comfort to the earth? Like how many women he raped? How many people he killed? Okay, hold on. There's a video of him. I will go to his channel. We will come back to this. There is a video. It's called what? Maybe this one. Let us see.
Again, you mentioned earlier this term that's popping up quite often these days, which is the gift of discernment. And yeah, so Acts 2:4 is used a lot, where they say, well, the Holy Spirit was sent into all of them, therefore all Christians have that ability to speak on behalf of the Spirit.
Who is all of them?
Please allow us to understand, because according to the verse, it was, I believe, the disciples who were present in the room at the time.
So we know that the Holy Spirit descended upon particular people. From those people were the apostles, but nowhere in there does it state that all Christians will receive this gift of discernment. This is not the case. This is false information.
Really?
Right. So
right?
False interpretation of that verse that is being used now to...
Yeah, I mean, and there's a proof of that. Like, it doesn't even need verses to prove whether or not they have the gift of discernment or not. I mean, a very clear proof and evidence that Christians do not have the Holy Spirit with them is slavery in the United States.
What? What? Continue.
This is the primary example of it. The Holy Spirit is a spirit from God. It doesn't change its stance and it doesn't change its mind. And so all of these churches that exist today, they existed in America during the time when they were enslaving black people. They were shipping over Africans from Africa. They were kidnapping them from their homes. They were raping them. They were murdering them.
In case you do not know, this guy claimed to be Al-Mahdi. And he himself is the son, if he is true, Al-Mahdi, he is the son of a slave girl kidnapped by Muslims. And she is a Roman. And her name is Nargis. So he claimed that the Muslims have the Holy Spirit with them. And the Christians, they don't have the Holy Spirit. Why? Because the American churches, they were kidnapping slaves from Africa. That's not true. Can you name for me the American church which were kidnapping African? The one was kidnapping African from their homes and raping them until now is Muslims. The Arab Muslim, the white Arab Muslim like you, they attack the African, they kidnap them, and they sell them. And you claim to be the Mahdi. Al-Imam, he sent one of his men to buy your mother. He bought her. You're a prophet. How many slaves he have and he raped? You never heard of Mary the Copt? I can show you at least of 80 sex slaves owned by Muhammad, named and counted by Muhammad and himself. So look at this liar. He claimed that the Holy Spirit have nothing to do with the Christians. Why? Because those Christians, they kidnap, they have slaves, etc. So how many slaves Muhammad he have? It's okay. Obviously the Holy Spirit with Muhammad. How many slaves he raped? It's okay. Obviously the Holy Spirit still with Muhammad. How many, even his own son, he took her from him. It's okay. Still the Holy Spirit with Muhammad. In fact, a second ago, he claimed that Muhammad is the comforter, which is the Holy Spirit. But all of us, we knew there's tons of verses in the Bible. As an example, in 1 Corinthians, any Christian who ever received the salvation, which means baptism, when you become a Christian, you get baptism, you baptize, you receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. And Jesus, he mentioned you will be born again. How you will be born again? By the Spirit. If we go to Romans 8:9, we will find the same. And this is for all the new converters who convert to Christianity. This is not only for the disciples, because the disciples already they have the Holy Spirit with them. In fact, this is why they are called disciples. Because Jesus, he gave them the authority, and the Holy Spirit, they were within them. So look at this false statement. The Christian cannot be the people who have Holy Spirit because they were kidnapping, enslaving. First of all, no Christian would do that. I challenge you to show me where Jesus said to the Christians, go and kidnap anybody. I want you to tell your followers, if you have any, where those so-called Christians buy the slaves from. Is it true from Morocco? Is it true that Iraq, where your imams live and died, they have the city of Al-Basra, all of it was a slave city? Not a single white man? And then when those black people, they revolt against the Islamic Caliphate, you white Muslims killed all the black? Is that true? The Zinj rebellion. The Zinj is a word in Arabic to insult the black people. They call them Zunuj. All this territory used to be occupied by black people. Why they are there? They are too far from Africa. Those are slaves brought by the Arab Muslims by tens of thousands. What they are brought for? Slaves. What they do? Beautiful women for sex, not good-looking women for cooking and work, and men for farming. When the number of those slaves, black slaves, became so huge, they revolt against the caliphate, and then he killed them all. And right now in Iraq, there is maybe less than half percent of population are black. Why? Because they killed all the black people. The revolution started at 869, ended by killing them all by 883. And all of you, you can go and check it out, and you can learn about it. The Muslims, they claim that they are not the people of slavery. When this guy, he claimed to be from the family of Mohammed, who owned thousands of slaves by kidnapping them, not by even buying them. Do you see this potato? So now the Holy Spirit is not with you, because the American church, and is the American church is the only Christian in the world? And which American church they own slaves? By the way, according to your prophet Abraham, he owned a slave. Isn't it Ishmael is the son of a slave? And you Muslims agree with that? So obviously Abraham, the Holy Spirit was not with him too, for he owned slaves. Your prophet owned slaves. Fatima, she owned slaves. Ali owned slaves. Look at those hypocrites. But let me tell you the good news. Jesus never owned one slave. Neither Peter, neither John, neither Paul. None of the disciples of Jesus, they own slaves. So the Muslims, they claim that they are the one who's against slavery, but when we study a little bit, we will find that this is the religion of slavery. This guy, he claimed that he agreed with the Quran. Do you know in the Quran it says, if a free man killed, we kill the free man, the white man. But if a free man killed a black man, we don't kill the white man? Read carefully. This is your stupid, dummy Quran. In the case of murder, who's speaking? The dummy Allah, Aka Muhammad. Which chapter? The chapter of the Hindu, the cow chapter, Al-Baqarah. Who you believe in the case of qisas, which means the law of equality and punishment, is prescribed for you in the case of murder. Free for a free, slave for a slave. I thought slavery is against Islam. It turned to be, if a free man kill a free man, we kill the free man. But if a free man kill a black slave, we don't kill the white Arab man. He might say to you, Christian Prince is lying. It doesn't say that, CP. Let us show you and get them busted. Again, this is chapter 2, verse 178. Two, 178. And this is your official Islamic website. All right? And this is Ibn Abbas. He is from your family. You claim to be the Mahdi, right? You claim to be from the family of Muhammad. Here we go. This is your cousin. Say hello to Ibn Abbas. So, the interpretation for the verse saying, in the case of murder, a free man who killed other free man, he will be killed. And a slave for a slave. And female for the female. Look how smart this religion is. Maybe it's not clear for you. I can make it more clear. In the case of murder, regarding the slain, both in the attribute of one slain in the action involved, free man is killed for free man and not for a slave. Do you see it, guys? Free man will be killed for a free man. So Islam not only agree with the slavery, encourages slavery, Islam consider killing slaves is not equal to killing a human being. A free man will not be killed for killing a black slave. As simple as that. And Muhammad, he went farther with his stupidity. So if I go and kill your wife, what is my punishment? You kill my wife. How stupid you are. Female for the female. And then when people, they start laughing at such a God justice, Muhammad, he canceled this verse. Can you believe it? In the case of murder, Muhammad, he changed his mind after a few weeks because people, they start dying laughing at his justice. This guy, he thought to himself, the Jews, they practice eye for an eye. Aha! That will be eye for an eye. You kill my wife, I kill your wife. Aha! Oh, Lord have mercy, how stupid you are, Muhammad. And this donkey, he is claiming that the Christians are bad people, they practice slavery in America, when all the slaves in America are bought and sold and caught and kidnapped by Muslims. Let us see, maybe this book is not here. There's a book, it's called Muwatta Malik. I mean, a huge amount of the book speaking about the slaves. How you touch the slave, how you touch vagina. If you touch her vagina, you have to pay some money to the owner because already you touch her vagina. So you used her, you know. In fact, the Quran says about prostitution, because Muslims, they are allowed to open pimp house. The Muslims, they used to force their slave girls into prostitution. Muslim women, they complain to Muhammad because those men are not even coming home no more. So look what Muhammad, he said. He claimed that he's God talking. He says, those women who you force into sex business, prostitution, hookers, force not your girls into prostitution if they wish not. So if they agree, it's okay. And even if you force them, Allah forgive, or Allah is all forgiving, all merciful. Read carefully. Force not your slaves to prostitution if they desire chastity. So now we prove that the Muslim, they have a lot of slave girls and they are using them into prostitution. And many of them, they are being forced to, if not all of them. Muhammad now trying to fix it. He said, force them not for prostitution if they choose the chastity. However, if you force them, Allah is all merciful. Which means it's okay anyway. And then this potato, he claimed that the Christians, they own slaves, and the American, they own slaves, but he forgot that the African themselves, they were a Christian too. Many of those slaves being kidnapped from Ethiopia. Ethiopia is one of the oldest churches in the world. Muhammad himself used to own a slave. His name is Bilal. And Muhammad died, and Bilal is still his slave. What a fraud. He proved to you that the Christians don't have the Holy Spirit with them because they own slaves.
Came out about the death of the so-called Pope Francis, and we saw right after that you delivered this sermon that went immediately viral. It went all over the internet. People still are talking about it till now. It's
yeah, because we use it as a comedy. You know, if people talk about you, we talk about Joe Biden every day. Is that because he's smart or because he is Joe Biden, the dummy?
Causing this insane wave that we're seeing, and people of different backgrounds are very fascinated by it. They're very interested in what's happening. There is quite a lot of curiosity. In particular, I'm talking about the people of Christian faith. They're wondering what's going on, who you are, what we believe in, and it seems to be this fascinating divine plan that's taking place.
Sure.
To talk to you about that today.
Sure.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Allah, he pray on Muhammad and the family of Muhammad. Who is the God of Islam? Muhammad. And this guy, he claimed to be from the family of Muhammad, even though he's an Egyptian, by the way. You know, I have an offer for you to prove to us that you are the Mahdi. I'm not going to ask you to do what Moses did, as you said in the video, from the book of Numbers. I want you to fart. Because according to Muslims, the Mahdi, when he fart, his fart smell musk. Just fart. Or you can take off your pant and piss and poop. According to your prophet, the earth will swallow your poop. Are you willing to take the challenge to do that live on air? Now the fart, we cannot smell it unless we are in prison. But we can look at the poop. Are you willing to do the test of poop? Poop upon you. You take off your pant, you face the camera, but good lighting, not like the light you use here. You look like a rat. What is this? What this is a creepy room. Look at the carpet color. Look at the light. I mean, what the heck is that? Are you a rat? What are you wearing? A bunch of dead rats. Stinky. If you cannot do the poop examination for your prophethood, we can do other examination. What about you do the chanting and Christian Prince will die immediately? I want you to make a video. Say, Allah, I want you to kill the Christian Prince tomorrow. Don't make a chanting, Allah kill the Christian Prince, because I would die one day anyway, right? So don't make it kill a Christian Prince. A Christian Prince will die, and you will die. I want you to make it happen. Say, oh Allah, I want you to make a Christian Prince die 2 p.m. Any time of your choice. You know what? What about you make it, you say, tomorrow when he go live, the first live he go live, Allah kill him. Or now. My heart. I cannot breathe. I think he is listening. The Mahdi is listening. He just asked Allah to kill me. My fart is coming out too. This must be my soul. Yeah, because we Arab, our soul come from our butt. Alhamdulillah. What an idiot dummy. Who is the donkey? Is he believe in you, you donkey?
Sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
Allah Muhammad.
He became the inheritor of the messengers, the successor to Jesus,
Really?
and the father of mankind.
Muhammad is the father of mankind? Is that Islamic teaching now? Since when the Muslim believe that Muhammad is the father of mankind?
The true Pope. And as every
Muhammad is the true Pope? It's a new religion, by the way. I never heard of a Muslim saying Muhammad is the true Pope.
prophet did before him. David naming Solomon, Moses naming Joshua, Jesus naming Simon Peter. So too did Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa
Muhammad, he named who?
name his successors.
Who? Who Muhammad, he named who? Give us the reference.
his deathbed, he dictated to Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam that after him would come 12 imams who would be to him as the disciples were to Jesus, except that they would follow in succession. And after them would come 12 Mahdis, the successors of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam. The Mahdi, Mohammed ibn Hassan al-Askari alayhi salam, the remnant of God on earth, Baqiyatullah, is the
the remnant of God on earth. Is that his tooth? Is that the tooth of Allah or the tail of Allah? He is the remnant of Allah on earth.
son of Narjis alayhi.
The guy, the donkey, he just said that the Christian, they own slaves and that make them bad and the Holy Spirit is not with them. But Narjis is a slave woman, according to the Shia books. And now obviously he is quoting the Shia, not Sunni. As long as he is quoting the Shia, so we have to consider him Shia. Narjis, in fact, hold on, as long as you remind me. The same story of Narjis can be found in the book. It's called 1000 Night and Night. Anybody heard of it before? Anyone heard of this before? There's a woman, her name, this is why they call her Maryam. The other name for her is Maryam. Narjis and Maryam. If we search for the name Maryam az-Zinnariya, you will find that exactly the story of the mother of the fake Mahdi, which is a fabricated story. Nowhere in the Quran is mentioned. It's mentioned in the book of 1000 Night and Night, in the night exactly 883. This is where the fabulous and the legends of Narjis and the Mahdi is coming from. And the story is here in front of you. Volume number 6, night number 879, and then they continue like night after it. And here we will find how the Muslim Shia, they copy the story of this woman from the book of 1000 Night and Night, and they put it in their books. But remember, this guy himself, he said that those who own slaves, the Holy Spirit is not with them. But Narjis, she was a sex slave. She been raped, kidnapped, and then she was raped by the father of the Mahdi himself. And he sent a guy, they call him Al-Nakhas, Bishr al-Nakhas. He went and he bought her.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a proof of that. Like, it doesn't even need verses to prove whether or not they have the gift of discernment or not. I mean, a very clear proof and evidence that Christians do not have the Holy Spirit with them is slavery in the United States. This is the prime.
And the woman, she is shaking her head. Yeah. This woman, you know, like, yeah, this is the proof that the Holy Spirit is not with them. But you stupid idiot, the first one who fought slavery, it was the Christians. Until now, you Muslims are not against slavery. Can you name for me which country was the first one to abolish slavery? I mean, are you a donkey? Did your prophet abolish slavery, or he encouraged Muslims to be owning more slaves? Look what your filthy prophet said. The Muslims, they have a duty actually to conquer and enslave every human being. The Quran chapter 3:10 says, 3 verse 110, you are the best of people. So the Muslim, they believe they are supreme, supremacists. You see, the Muslim, they speak about supremacy. They are the supremacists. That's why they look at everybody down, when they are the biggest scumbag in the history. They are the rapists, they are the thieves, they are the liars, they are the kidnapper. And then they claim that they are the best of mankind. Why? The Quran says so. And why they are the best of mankind? For the benefit of mankind. What is the benefit of mankind? Means the best of people, for the people, as you bring them with the chain on their necks till they embrace Islam. Do you see it? And then this coward, he claimed that the Christians don't have the Holy Spirit with them. So how you explain that Ali, Fatima, Aisha, Mohammed, all of them, they own hundreds and tens of slaves? You see, those people, they speak about things, and you know, people in front, they will never dare to meet somebody he know Islam very well. In front of those people, they can say whatever, especially nobody is questioning them. They are just doing a friendly interview, praising them. Ali, when he go and do shopping for slaves, he do raise the skirt of the slave girl to touch her vagina. And let me try to find you the reference. Hold on. You know what? Let me. I have to use Google Translation. Give me a second. And we will open this link for you. And this is a very, 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 very stupid Shia website. So he cannot deny it. He cannot say he's making things up. I will copy for you the name of the article or the study and translate in Google Translation. Some people try to detract from the value of Ahlul Bayt, which means the family of Muhammad. Police be upon them by mentioning some events such as the action of the commander of faith, police be upon him, in buying female slave, as it was mentioned that he used to uncover her legs of the female slave before buying it.
Some people try to detract from the value of the Al Bayt, peace be upon them, by mentioning some events, such as the action of the commander of the faithful, peace be upon him, in buying female slaves. As it was mentioned that he, peace be upon him, used to uncover the legs of the female slave before buying her. So we hope that the truth will be clarified in this matter.
So guys, Ali, he used to go do shopping for slaves, girls. And how he decide which one is better? He lift up their clothing, looking at their vagina. And the women, she have nice legs and nice vagina, she will be bought. I can translate. Let me translate for you. And by the way, the article is to defend the behavior of Muhammad and Ali. This article, all of it, is to defend them. So what? They are doing that. How that will be a bad problem? How in the world those people, they are saying this is bad, shame on them? Too long. Let me shorten it. In their defense, they say that the Prophet and Ali, when they do that, they were trying to teach us how to do shopping.
What the person who raised the issue mentioned, that if the commander of the faithful wanted to buy a female slave, he would uncover her legs, is based on a kind of deception of the public who do not know the legal rulings and who practice the process of mixing between the actions of the Imam or the Prophet, peace be upon them, so that it would be a report for knowing the rulings and what he considers a moral defect.
Guys, the defense saying that those stupid people, they don't understand what is moral, what is not moral. This is moral. This is not bad. So those people who make an accusation against Muhammad and Ali, claiming that this is wrong to go and buy a slave and lift up her skirt and to check her ass and her legs, who said this is not moral? This is their defense. And they believe that those people are godly people. They don't make error. They don't commit sin. And he is saying here, for sure the wise one is the one who checked before what he's buying. Right. I'm trying to copy an amount which I can translate, because this Google will accept only like short text.
The process, no matter how much the enemy tries to drum up support for it, is a purchase process, and all rational people examine the need before purchasing. Otherwise, any deficiency or defect in such a thing is the responsibility of the buyer. It may be said that she is a woman, so the answer is that it has been known among the jurists, according to divine laws, that it is.
Right? So we know it's a woman, and it's normal that before you buy something, you check it out. And this coward, son of Muta, claiming that Islam is against slavery. And the Christians, they don't have the Holy Spirit with them, because the Christian in America, they kidnap black people, when the fact it was the Muslims. All the ships full of black slaves, owned, sold, filled, shipped by Muslims in North Africa. The Muslim Caliphate, they have tens of thousands of slaves. Muhammad himself, Ali himself, Fatima, Aisha, When Muhammad he died, Fatima, she owned a city full of slaves. Omar, he took the city from her and he killed Fatima. And this guy, he is speaking about Christians don't have the spirit with them. If you are a follower of this dummy, I have an offer for you and to your dummy, if he dare to debate me for 1 hour. It doesn't make sense that he is the Mahdi sent by God, and he will be afraid of debating someone humbly like me. I mean, the guy, he claimed that he killed the Pope by chanting. Not even him, claiming that a bunch of his supporters, they chant, and the Pope second, they died. So I have an offer for you. You coward, liar, and fabricator who do not know your religion, who do not know where you are coming from. You are an Egyptian scammer. You are born in Egypt, from Egyptian father. You have nothing to do with the family of Muhammad. In fact, Muhammad have no children. Even Ali have no children because they killed them. Children of Ali, they were killed. So when those people, they claim that they are descendant from Ali, there's nobody left. It's all a fabrication. So my offer for you, if you dare, you coward, I will call you. Any question from you, any question from me, no topic. Free fight. If you like it 2 hours, I will be happy. 3 hours, I will be more happy. But I understand you are sent by God. You must be busy. So if you say I can give you 1 hour, I understand, Your Majesty. If you say 1 hour is too much, half hour, no problem. Because I will wipe the floor with you in 2 seconds. Not only that, this guy, he claimed something even more weird. Let me go to his video again. Look at this. The Mahdi message to the LGBTQIAFMOOTWSYZ. What the heck is this? Plus? What about the community? Well, the minus. So there's no minus? What is the message for the LGBTQ, Your Majesty? Tell us.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear climb of the family of Mohammed Aba Al Sadiq.
Walaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wabarakatuh. This reminds me of Dawah. But you know that, and maybe what you said, the lady, what she said. Assalamu alaikum wabarakatuh. I mean, not a single one of them speak Arabic. And they are trying to speak Arabic. And we, the Arab, we are dying laughing at what they are saying. Salam alaikum barakatuh. What the heck is that? Say it again. Say it again. I want to make it a ringtone for my phone. No. I want the beginning. Hold on. Where are you going? Where are you? Look. Where are you going? Look. Where is the video? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear climb of the family of Mohammed Aba Al Sadiq.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my dear sister and companion Alia.
She's a companion too. In bed or where? She's a companion? Oh.
Thank you very, very much for the honor of sitting with me and Dr. Irfan today.
God bless you.
And why all these fellow was wearing those hats? I feel sorry. So you will wear this hat even in July? Continue.
Guys, the honor is all mine. Thank you for having me.
Abu Sadiq, we have this very fascinating phenomenon that is taking place right now in this dawah, in the call of Imam al-Mahdi. We know that you have been extraordinarily generous. You have opened your doors to each and every person out there, inviting them to this covenant, inviting them to this call. As the leader of the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, as the representative of God on earth today. And
I am the representative of God on earth. Do you hear me? Mayday, mayday. People of Pakistan, I am the representative of God on earth. Do you hear me? I guess somebody heard me. Hold on. Hello? 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 Get a breath. First of all, I told you 1,000 times, don't call me in the middle of the night. Zakir Naik, I did not call you. I was saying, I am the representative of God on earth, Pakistan. Do you hear me? Are you in Pakistan now? Get a breath. It doesn't matter where you speak and you speak to. I can hear you. Good? Are you listening to me 24 hours, 7 days a week? Exactly. Okay. What I did an hour ago. I can tell you very exactly what you did. Okay, tell me what I did. You went to the bathroom. Oh, how you know? Because simply I can hear your fart from the microphone. You stupid, you left your microphone open. Zakir, are you serious? My bathroom is so far from the microphone. How in the world you can hear my fart? Get some breath. In fact, it was very powerful. In fact, my house was shaking. Abdul, your house was shaking because of my fart. Exactly. Even the Kaaba of Allah was shaking. I agree with you because this is the Arabian fart, not like this guy. He's an Egyptian boy. He's not an Arab. We Arab, our fart is so powerful. Don't you see what we did to Israel? I mean, the Israelis are so scared. We fart, the Israeli die. They are hiding that. We do fart, you know? Unbelievable. Anyway, you have a message to who?
we are witnessing certain people having these questions regarding certain groups of people. And I'm referring here specifically to the LGBTQ community. There are those out there who are questioning the fact that we do not openly condemn them or actively reject them in this call. There hasn't been no statement saying that they are not invited to the call or that they are condemned. And we would like to discuss that with you and see what it is that the comment on that would be.
Yeah, so I think I would initially disagree with your opening statement where you said that I was generous for opening my door to all people. I think that God's door is automatically open for all people. I think the mere existence of a creature on the face of the planet with God-given life and the ability to breathe and think and act and having and possessing free will is a sign that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala still loves this individual. Hence the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that so long as a person has a breathing moment, it's an opportunity for that person to draw closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But I don't think that it's because of any generosity on my behalf. I'm merely doing my job of calling the people towards God and fulfilling the task that I was entrusted with.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the LGBTQ people go, first off, I want to start off this discussion by sending a special salams out there to them. I send the peace and mercy and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to all members of the respectful LGBTQI community. And I come today with a message of love. That's been the message that we've always had for them. They are no different in my eyes or in the eyes of the believers that are with me than any other group of people that belong to any other denomination or faith or race or nationality or background. The doors of the Dawah has been, is, and forever always will be open to all of them. No matter what it is that they have done in life, no matter where it is that they are going, no matter what it is that they are doing currently. I think there's a lot.
See, this is exactly how Islam is the most faithful cult ever. It doesn't matter what you do, just accept me. You know, the whole idea, accept me, and you can go do whatever you want. But I want to show you right away that this guy obviously is a big fat scammer. Not only, I mean, if he claimed to be sent by Allah, and if he claimed that Muhammad sent by Allah, and he agree with the Quran, then how he say what he's going to say and what he just said? Because the Quran says totally the opposite. Listen carefully.
A lot of pressure out there on religion and religious groups and religious organizations, and certainly there's been attempts to place pressure on us, which we totally reject, to kind of condemn the LGBTQ people in order that we, or condemn homosexuality as a whole in order that we win the favor of particular people of religious backgrounds, usually Christian, Jews, and Muslims. And that's something that we will not do today, and we're not going to do. I think that LGBTQ people have been oppressed. I think that they have been at the forefront of this discussion and made to feel like they are some sort of animals, or made to feel like.
Let us expose this big fat liar. He claimed that Allah is his God, the Quran is his book. And actually he claimed that he have a new book, by the way, which is a kind of a cartoon, very funny. I could not really open it. I downloaded it to read it, but I could not open it. But I saw in the video some pages look very cartoonic. But if we go in the Quran, let us go to the Quran and see what the Quran says about homosexuality. I mean, this guy is really mentally ill. He is desperate to get followers, no matter how. Remember, he claimed to be Shia. He claimed to be Shia. And this is the books of the Shia, and we will go to the Quran. One of the most important books for the Shia, the same as Al-Bukhari, is Wasa'il al-Shia, the Tools of Shia of Ahlul Bayt, written by Al-Hurr al-Amili. Volume number 28, page number 153. I will copy the title, paste in Google. So this is the reference in case you are interested. Here, issue about homosexuality. The one who do any act of homosexuality must be killed. Let me see if I can copy all of this. I doubt it, but we will try. No. I don't want to, you see, I can do the translation in Google page, but I don't want to use the browser of Google because it is making advertising appear all the time. So let me copy a smaller part, one by one.
Chapters on the punishment for sodomy. 1 chapter on the punishment for the perpetrator without penetration being the same as the punishment for adultery. And the one who is acted upon is to be killed in any case, even if he is of age, of sound mind, and of his own free will. 34445, 1 Muhammad ibn Ya cube, on the authority of Muhammad ibn Yahya. On the authority of Ahmad ibn Muhammad, on the authority of Ali ibn al-Hakam, on the authority of Aban, on the authority of Zurara, on the authority of Abu Ya Far, peace be upon him, one, who said, the punishment for the sodomite, 2, is the punishment for the adulterer.
In the authority of the authority of the authority. We continue the second part. We copy the second part from here. What is the punishment for being a homosexual according to the Shia and the Sunni?
And on his authority, on the authority of Ahmad, on the authority of Al-Hussein ibn Sa', on the authority of Al-Qasim ibn Muhammad al-Jahari, on the authority of Abd al-Samad ibn Bashir, on the authority of Sulayman ibn Halal, on the authority of Abu Abdallah, peace be upon him, regarding a man who does something to another man. He said, if it is less than a hole, then flogging is required, but if it is a hole, then he should be made to stand upright and then strike with the sword a blow in which the sword takes from him what it takes. So I said to him, is it killing? He said, that is it.
So if the Muslim man, his penis touch other Muslim hole, just touch it, he will be flogged. If he push it inside, he should be killed. According to this potato, who he claimed to be knowledgeable in his religion, he said he believed that the homosexual LGBT are oppressed, and he will never do that. Look like he never heard the story of Lut in the Quran, because this story is in the Quran. The Quran speak about how Allah, and this is, by the way, again a story from the Bible. If we go to the Quran, remember he said he believed the LGBTQ being oppressed, treated like animals. And the funny is, this person claimed that the Quran is the book of God, but look like he didn't agree with his book. What is the act of homosexuality considered in the eyes of Allah? Chapter 7, verse number 80. Actually, the act of luwat is coming from the word Lut. Lot, the name of the man. When he said to his people, do you commit the worst sin? This is the Muslim translation, not mine. As none preceding you has committed by any of man and genie. So how the Quran, how Allah describe sex between men and women. Verily, you practice your lust on men instead of women. Nay, but you are people transgressing beyond bound by committing great sin. And then what Allah he did? Allah he burned them alive. And this is a story taken from the Bible. This is not Quran really. But yet this dummy, he claimed to be sent by Allah. And he claimed that he believed in the Quran, word by word. He is claiming that being a homosexual, according to Allah, is not bad. Where was the video? Which one? Here we go. No, this one. This one, yeah. I mean, can you believe it? So what we will do with the Quran now, wipe our ass with it? Which one of you is telling the truth? Muhammad or you? Imagine if I watch all his videos, how much we will laugh. So the Quran says that Allah, he got so angry and he burned the LGBTQ community. This guy, he says this is wrong. We should not oppress the LGBTQ. They are welcome. He is desperate for followers. The same as any scammer. All scammers are the same. Listen carefully again what he said about the LGBT.
Sister and companion Alia.
Thank you very, very much for the honor of sitting with me and Dr. Irfan today.
God bless you guys. The honor is all mine. Thank you for having me.
Abu Sadiq, we have this very fascinating phenomenon that is taking place right now in this dawah, in the call of Imam al-Mahdi. We know that you have been extraordinarily generous. You have opened your doors to each and every person out there, inviting them to this covenant, inviting them to this call. As the leader of the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, as the representative of God on earth today. And we are witnessing certain people having these questions regarding certain groups of people. And I'm referring here specifically to the LGBTQ community. There are those out there who are questioning the fact that we do not openly condemn them or actively reject them in this call. There hasn't been no statement saying that they are not invited to the call or that they are condemned. And we would like to discuss that with you and see what it is that the comment on that would be.
Yeah, so I think I would initially disagree with your opening statement where you said...
You notice that all people who are sent by God, they say, yeah. You know, I don't do that. It's because I'm not sent by Allah. If I was sent by Allah, I would say, yeah, because now he's receiving, you know, like the receiver from Allah, like Mayday, Mayday. Like tingling, you know, tingling, you know. You remember the women 2 days ago? We played the video for you. The woman, she claimed to be God. So he's receiving the tingling. You know, the tingling here, tingling. Yeah. Okay, I don't agree with you, by the way. Yeah, what is that?
That I was generous for opening my door to all people. I think that God's door is automatically...
He is generous. You open your door to all people. I don't see anybody in the room except 2 of you. Where is the LGBTQ?
Open for all people. I think the mere existence of a creature on the face of the planet with God-given life and the ability to breathe and think and act and having and possessing free will is a sign that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala still loves this individual. Hence the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that so long as a person has a breathing moment, it's an opportunity for that person to draw closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But I don't think that it's because of any generosity on my behalf. I'm merely doing my job.
He's doing his job.
Of calling the people towards God and fulfilling the task that I was entrusted with. As far as the LGBTQ people go, first off, I want to start off this discussion by sending a special salams out there to them. I send the peace and mercy and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to all members of the respectful LGBTQ.
Respectful. Peace and blessing. Yeah, Allah will bless you when you F each other. Unbelievable. Because when a man, he F a man, this is a charity work. Blessing of Allah to your anus. May Allah bless your penis and his anus. Right? I know some, they don't like to hear this from me, but I know it. This is what it is. He's saying blessing for those who do this, right? So what does that mean? Allah bless you when you F each other. Why people will say it? This is reality. Allah bless them, not for doing charity, not for feeding the poor, not for walking the blind to cross the street. No. Allah will bless them because they are effing each other. Mustafa Ibrahim, he is saying you have Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible. Yes, we have it, but you don't have it. You Muslim, you try to steal it from our book. In fact, Mr. Ibrahim, if you read my books, especially Sex and Allah, volume number 1 and volume number 2, you will find that Muhammad and all the Muslims in Mecca and his family, they were homosexual. How many of you have my books? Give me one if you have my books. Like I'm talking about now, only Sex and Allah. Give me one if you have them. Did you see with your own eyes the reference I gave from the Muslim books about how homosexual Muhammad family and the tribe of Quraysh? Did I provide all the reference from Muslim books? Not a single reference is not from your books. Your prophet was a homo, Ali was a homo, Abu Bakr was a homo, and especially Umar. The hadith says that Umar, he don't calm down except with the water of men. Are you with me, Umar? Ibrahim? Mr. Ibrahim? Huh? Is it true that Umar, the caliphate, he don't calm down until somebody put his penis in his anus and have orgasm inside him? Is it true that the semen of men is the only thing can cool down Umar, or I'm making things up? Is it true that a homosexual advised Aisha brother to marry a homosexual? In your book? In al-Bukhari? Do you want to call me? So yes, Christianity is against homosexuality, but you Muslims are a bunch of hypocrites. In fact, the Quran make it clear all homosexual will go to heaven. The Bible make it so clear. Drunken, thieves, adulterers, homosexual, all kind of sin will not inherit the kingdom of God. In your book, all sin is okay, except one. Which one? Shirk. To associate with Allah somebody, that's it. The rest is not considered. Huh? Are you there, Abdul? All sin in Islam are allowed. In the day of judgment, everybody will go to heaven, except those who associate with Allah, and the verse in front of you. So if you dare to call me, I will be happy to take your call. You want to call me? Mustafa? Do you like to call me? You're playing dead right now, huh? Yeah, I played dead. It's okay. But I can see your tail moving. By the way, why we have only 900 people liking the video? Don't you like the Mahdi? Okay, you don't like me, I understand. But you like the Mahdi. Don't you like the Mahdi? Give a like for the Mahdi. Come on, give support to the Mahdi. Do you want the Mahdi to chant and then the earth will swallow you? When your new video about Arab language of Quran come out, I don't know what they mean. What Arab language in the Quran? I'm not sure. What does that mean? Do we have any Abdul? The Bible make it so clear. Not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will. In fact, Muhammad, he make it more clear. that in the day of judgment, Allah will put all the sin the Muslims they do on the Christians and the Jews. So a Muslim can do sin and encouraged to do sin. And then Allah will put, instead of Muslims in hell, Christians and Jews. The most filthy satanic religion. It's encouraging people not to stay away from sin, but to do more sin. Read it. And this is very authentic. There would come people among the Muslims on the day of resurrection with as heavy sin as mountain, and Allah would forgive them, and He would place instead of them, which means in hell, Christians and Jews. Do you see it? This is the filthy Muhammad, encouraging Muslims to lie, to kill, to steal, to be homosexual, saying to them, even if you sin more than a mountains, Allah will punish the Christians instead of you. Am I wrong? We have one of the followers of the Mahdi here. Ali, why you don't join us, my friend? Do you like to call me Ali? Ali Aziz? Are you the Mahdi himself? I don't know, you sound like Al-Mahdi when you talk. Guys, do you think Ali, he have the courage to call me Mr. Al-Mahdi himself? He is in the chat. The Mahdi himself is in the chat. I'm really scared. He might ask Allah to curse me. And then, I don't want to say to you what will happen to me. Last time Al-Mahdi, he cursed me, I won the lotto. I don't know this time I will win what. Al-Mahdi, do you like to call me potato? Or you are a coward? Huh? I will pay you if you curse me, because I want to win the lotto again. You Muslim, each time you curse me, something good happened to me. What's wrong with you Muslims? I mean, what are you asking Allah for? Look, he is not even texting now. He's dead. Man. Al-Mahdi in the hole. Mayday, Mayday. The Mahdi in the hole. Who is a brave Muslim would like to debate me? Guys, should I open Discord? Or we finish here and we come live again later? What do you think? Shall I give you a break and come back later? What do you think? Mustafa asking how to call. Well, if Mustafa want to call, I can open Skype for him, just for him, not Discord, you know. Let me open Skype for Mustafa. All right. Give me a minute, Mustafa. And I will give you my Skype. Uh, where is how to share Skype? All right, Mustafa, this is my Skype, my friend. Text me there, and I will call you. Beach, I'm waiting for you. And please be easy on me because I'm not too much knowledgeable about Islam. I'm learning, so I will make mistakes. You know, don't be angry from me and don't be so aggressive. You know, I don't want you to make me look bad in the front of those people because, you know, I don't want them to know that I do not know. You know the thing. Did you get my Skype, Mustafa? Did you get it? This is my Skype. But again, you know, I will pay you, like between me and you, like I will pay you $5 if you make yourself weak. What do you think, Mustafa? Because I want my audience to think I am Al Mahdi. I want to wear like this guy clothes like this. You know, this garbage. I don't know what the heck is that. And why the chair is so big, high? You know, what is this? Ah, Abdul in the hole. So Mustafa, are you going to text me a friend? I'm waiting for you. Until now, I see no text. What happened to Mustafa? Are you there, Mustafa? Huh? I don't know. I'm worried about you, Mustafa. Are you okay? Huh?
Auto insurance.
Something wrong happened with Mustafa, guys. I think he's looking for insurance. I'm not sure. Something not right. Mustafa, ya Mustafa. 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 I don't know. We are trying to encourage them, but nothing is working. I don't know. I give up. Until now, there's no sign from...
Mustafa, say my name, girl, ya Mustafa. Ya Mustafa, ya Mustafa.
Mustafa, ya Mustafa. Mustafa, nowhere to be found. Same as his prophet. Anyone else want to volunteer? Mahdi, any Mahdi? Huh? Mustafa, ya Mustafa. I will spank you, Mustafa. I will send you, make you shish kebab. I will spank you, Mustafa. Mustafa, I spank you every day. What you can say to me except hey, hey. Oh boy. Stay connected. Decline. Stupid Skype. Any Abdul? No, we cannot play the music, or if it, the YouTube will give us copyright, them. Any Abdul? Potatoes. All of you are a bunch of potatoes. Your Mahdi is a potato. Your prophet is a potato. And I am here to fry you. None of you dare to. I have this guy, he claimed, if he is not the same guy, he's having his picture, I don't know. Mustafa, Mr. Mustafa. If he is the same guy, I challenge you to call me. If you are his fan, I challenge you to call me too. Any Mohammedan? Do we have to continue with this idiot, guys? I mean, he have many videos. I did not watch, and not even 3 of them. Not even all of them. I just play like from every video few minutes. An Egyptian and Yemeni prove that a Sadiq what? 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 Prove that Aba Al Sadiq is the Mahdi. What is the proof? What is the proof? I'm waiting. The Egyptian and the Yemeni are Abdullah, Hashim, Aba Al Sadiq. Who is this guys? Imam Al Mahdi Al Hassan. Is that an AI image? Imam Ahmed Al Hassan the Yemeni BBUT, is that a propane gas? What those pictures from? And this guy looked like a apostate prophet, the one in the left. Guys, honestly, isn't this guy apostate prophet with some like change in the AI? I'm telling you. Look, hold on. Let me open apostate prophet picture. Man, I never thought about apostate prophet to be such a powerful Al-Mahdi. Yeah, it's him. It's him. It is literally him. Look. Hold on. This is him when he closes his eyes, and this is him when his eyes is open. I don't know if I can show the 2 pictures together. How I can do that? I need to do some editing. But it's okay. Let's see here. This is him. As-Sadiq. Al-Mahdi. Compare between this and this. And let us be honest. Lucky you are apostate prophet. You can claim to be Al-Mahdi. Very, very, very obvious that you are descendant from this AI image. And this guy, he look like the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. Is that correct? Hold on. Actually, no. Actually, there's one look more close to him. Hold on. Who? Ah, the owner of Al Jazeera TV. Scumbag from Qatar. Let us see. Where is his picture? I cannot find it. I'm trying to remember his name. Where? You see, the face is exactly the same. But I'm trying to remember his name. Where? Which one of those donkeys? Yeah, this guy, he used to be the foreign minister of Qatar, not anymore. So I'm trying to get his image. I search for the foreign minister. Here we go. I found him. Guys, you tell me, this is the same guy? Look with me. Please look with me. We need to find the bigger image. Hold on. This is a small one. But do you see what I'm talking about? Isn't this the same guy? I don't know why each time I open them, they don't zoom in. Let us try a different method. Oh no, why it took us far away. We want here we go. Look with me at his video. And this guy he used this picture to generate a Mahdi. Sorry for laughing loud. Do we have any Abdul? The Arab in the chat, he want to talk to you. Who's holding them? I am in Skype. Text me. AB Ridwan, he is legit convert to Christianity. Am I talking about him being legit or not now? What's wrong with people? We're just joking. Unbelievable. AP is legit convert to Christianity. Are we checking if he's legit or not? Is that the topic? Do you really think I'm making fun of Apostle Prophet now? Is that what you understand? I mean, do you guys have a brain of a mosquito? Do we have any Abdul? Abdul Amir Abu Muhammad? You want this Discord? Okay, Abdul Amir, I will open Discord just for you. Guys, give him my Discord so he can join us in Discord. Just for you, Abdul Amir. See how nice I am? Okay. No problem, no problem. We are opening our Discord. It says download update 1 of 1. So we will see. Can you update us who will debate? How I can update you who will debate if I do not know who will update? Do you think I'm Al-Mahdi? I am not Al-Mahdi, and my wife is not Aisha. So how in the world I will know? You have to have special skills to know those things. Why you are laughing at AP? Who was laughing at AP? Why you are laughing at AP? CP? Somebody take those dummies away from my chat, please, before I have heart attack. Don't get married, okay? Yeah, actually, if you go to my the info of the video, you will find my Discord link, right? I think it's there, right? Isn't it there? Discord link. Where is Discord link? I did not update. Okay, I'm now in Discord. What is your Discord? What his name? Mohammed? Give me your Discord. I will call you. Abdul Amir. give me your Abu Muhammad. Can you give me your Discord so I can call you directly without opening my server? CP love AP like all Christians and Muslims. I need people to speak for me now. And the word love is too much used and abused. Do I love all Muslims? No. I love to save them. So when we say we love Muslims, we don't mean we love the wickedness and the wicked. We mean we love to save them. So don't mix things up. Are you there? Are you in the Discord now or not? Okay, Abdul Amin. Okay, let me copy your name. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see how I can call you. I never did this before. But, you know, always there's first time. Like the first time you rob a bank, you know? Like, it have to be Christian bank. You know, Muslim, we have to rob only Christians, right? So how to send a message to someone? Hold on. How we can find him? I'm not sure. I never used this thing before. How to find somebody? He's in the group. Which group? Okay, let me open the stage. Hold on. All right, we will call it Al Mahdi Islam, even though I'm not really in the mood to stay in the, because if I go to Discord, many of you will go there as usual, and then the number will get bigger and bigger. Okay, my Discord is open, Amir. Join me. Just come to Discord. I will invite you to the stage. And please don't go to Discord unless you have a business there. Stay in Rumble or YouTube. There's an echo. That's because I am the Mahdi. You know, when the Mahdi he speak, he's godly man. So you feel like he is speaking from the bathroom. Like Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, 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 Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Meen. You know, you will see all Muslim chat room, they use echo program because that make them holy. Do you remember when maybe Hijab he recited the Quran to what his name, Patterson? He then took the audio, the video, and he add echo to it to make it like powerful. Amir, where are you, my friend? I don't see you. I don't see you. Where are you? Chat, say something in the chat in Discord so I can invite you. Until now, I see no sign of him. No echo? No, with echo is way better, you know? Trust me. That's why when Muhammad, he recite the Quran, he put his hand behind his ear because that will make an echo, you know? They love echo. I'm just pressing enter on the stage bar. And were you able to enter? Or you just pressing and you keep pressing and never enter? We have Khalil here.
Hello, man.
Hello, Khalil. How are you?
Man, can you please talk with no disrespect?
What? Did I say anything wrong to you? I just said hello.
No. I'm talking like before I joined.
What I said? Tell me what I said.
No, like the disrespect, man. Come on.
Like what is this?
Like,
just tell me what I say. Disrespect. Go ahead.
I'm talking like the way it was like
what?
Talking about the echo.
Just tell me. Yeah, the echo. Is it true that Muslim they use echo?
Do you want me to like start reciting like?
You know how
hold on.
Do you know how to recite the Quran? Do you know how to recite the Quran?
Yeah, but you recite like the same thing in church.
I want you to recite for me. I want you to recite for me one verse in the Quran which I love very much. Are you willing to
Yeah,
do
go
that
ahead.
favor? Okay, recite for me the
Man,
chat.
please, hold on. Before we start like talking, I want to have like a respectful conversation with you,
My friend,
so
we
we
are
can both
having, did I call your
we
name?
can both.
Did I say to Khalil any bad word? No.
No.
I just said to you, I love a verse. Did I insult the Quran? I don't even insult. I said I love this verse. So go ahead. I want you to recite for me the breastfeeding for adult verse.
Breastfeeding for.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me just search it.
All right. Guys, hold on. Khalil is going to find us the breastfeeding for adult verse. He will recite it for us. He is searching for it now.
Just wait.
All right. I'm waiting. Don't worry. We cannot keep quiet because people get bored. We're on TV. They don't see our faces, so we have to keep talking. Otherwise, they will start.
Okay, hold on. Surah Al-Baqarah.
The chapter, the verse of breastfeeding for adult is in Al-Baqarah?
Yeah, I
Really?
think.
Are you sure?
I think, or Nisa.
You think or you missed
Yeah,
out?
like.
What do you mean?
والوالدات يرضعن أولادهن.
No. Breast, my friend, breastfeeding for adult.
Okay.
Adult. Yeah.
Hold on. Just wait.
This is my favorite verse.
Surah Yeah, Surah An-Nisa.
I don't know.
Like the chapter of the woman.
Friend, who is the Muslim, me or you? Are you asking me where? You tell me. I told you.
Also forbidden to you for marriage. Are your mothers?
My friend, what's wrong with you? I said, listen, Khalil.
I couldn't find him, man.
Breastfeeding for adult verses. Can you recite them for us?
Can you just give me like the verse?
I don't know the verse. If I know the verse, I will not ask you to give me the verse.
I couldn't find it. There is no verse in the Quran saying that.
Okay. Well, there's no verse in the Quran. I thought the Quran is preserved.
Oh no! Hold on. Just wait a minute. Breastfeeding. Can you give me like where is the verse?
All right. Are you using the internet of the neighbors?
No.
Because your voice is cutting. Yeah, your voice is cutting. But anyway. So this is your prophet wife speaking about the verses in the Quran, which is a chapter of breastfeeding for adult. Aisha, she said that when the prophet died, the verses of stoning and breastfeeding adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow. When the messenger died, we were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came and ate it.
Yeah.
What yay? So the tame sheep ate the verse. Why the verse is not in the Quran no more?
Man, where's the source though? You keep on talking like.
Here we go. I'm sharing my screen with you.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh.
Can you go to the source? Let's just scroll down.
Scroll down?
Yeah. I want to see the source.
The source of is Aisha.
No, like the source of you don't know even like the hadith. Yeah. Sunan ibn Majah.
Okay, here.
Sunan.
Yeah.
Search it though. Sunan ibn Majah. Like the number 1944.
This is my favorite verse in the Quran.
The hadith is fake, man. Come on now.
The hadith is fake?
Yeah.
Who says so?
The scholars.
Oh.
We have like the science of hadith.
Okay, who is the scholar he said that? Give me his name.
I don't know. I'm gonna give you a lot of names.
What? Are you making up names and you are searching? I thought you know already it's fake. A second ago, you never heard
It
of
is
it.
fake.
A second ago, you never heard of it. A second after, it is fake. 2 minutes from now, you will try to find a name to give me. Give me a name. Who said it's fake?
Just wait, man. Hold on. It's the problem with the language, to be honest.
The language is a problem.
Hold on, just wait a
We
minute.
can speak German if you want. I speak German. Afschisch macht dich Nacht.
I'm
Chinese.
talking like problem.
Bruce Lee is my cousin. In fact, Bruce Lee, his real name is Bruce Lee. I gave him a lot of bruise because I play karate. And since then, he walk in the street, he have a lot of blue, like a spot in his skin. So they call him, his name is Lee. Bruce Lee, because of me. I beat the hell of him. True story. Sahih Bukhari. What do you mean it's fake? Where do you get this from now? This is fake now?
It's not the Hudaif, which means like
Where it says da'if? Where? Here we go. It says here, it says Hassan.
yeah.
Is Hassan da'if now?
Hold on.
Holding what? You're making fun of me because I'm naive and I'm young.
No,
And
no,
you
no,
are
no.
Smart.
Can you search like the Sahih al-Albani?
Sahih al-Albani.
Like the book of
I never heard
Yeah.
of something called Sahih al-Albani. Is that new?
it talking about the hadith.
The
Correcting
Albani,
it.
the Albani have Sahih now? Albani, when I was alive, he ran away from debating me. Even though I was a kid.
Hold on.
I'm holding.
I'm putting it on text.
I'm holding. But I cannot hold for long. I can't breathe.
Can you copy it on Google?
Copy.
What I sent on
Copy what? Copy.
what I sent on the text.
What you send? What? In the text you send me something? What you send me in text? Hold on. Okay. روى ابن ماجه
In
عن
the chat.
عائشة نزلت آية الرجم وكان في صحيفة. Okay. روى أحمد عن علي.
Yes, this is the right hadith.
إسنادها ضعيف. Okay, hold on. As long you are saying to me this is ضعيف, so what is this? Is that ضعيف too? Is this ضعيف too?
Where?
Huh? Where it says ضعيف? Don't you see it says it's Hassan, it is good? What ضعيف? Since when this became ضعيف? You know Arabic, right?
Yeah, I know.
All right. So you are not like me, ignorant in Arabic. So let me show you something.
Yeah, show me.
All right. Give me a second.
I can't wait for too long.
You cannot wait for long. Why?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh. All right. Take a look with me in this page. And you said you speak Arabic.
Yeah.
All right. Do you see how many hadith here? How many times this repeated?
Let me see.
Look how many times.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see anywhere it says da'if?
No.
Why
No,
it doesn't say da'if? And why in the English here it says in the front of us it is Hassan, which mean good. Hassan mean good. It's one of the names of the grandsons of Muhammad, correct?
Yes, my grandfather actually.
Your grandfather, his name is Hassan?
Yeah.
Man,
No, my great grandfather is Hassan, is the cousin is the grandson of the Prophet.
Your grandfather is the cousin of the Prophet?
Yes, like Hassan ibn Ali.
Oh wow.
My great grandfather, not like the.
Are you from the same family of this Mahdi, the one who appeared lately here?
That's not the Mahdi.
He said he's a Mahdi.
No, he's not.
He is.
We have like, no, he's not. We have a lot of, this descriptions about him.
Give me a description of the Mahdi.
Let me hold on. Let me. He have like you can search it, man. I just don't know how to translate it.
I know that when he fart, his fart is like musk. If he fell down in his butt, he say Alhamdulillah.
No.
Yeah, if he fell in his butt when he was a kid, he say Alhamdulillah. And then he never cry. His fart smell like musk. His shit swallowed by the earth.
No.
No?
Are you making fun of my religion now?
No, I am not. Okay, isn't it your prophet said that prophets and his family, earth swallow their shit?
Huh?
Huh? What?
What you mean, man? Come on.
Like when a prophet
you can't like be talking like that.
When a prophet he do poo-poo, is that normal like every human being, or it's different?
It is normal like any human being.
So are you saying that if somebody, because I heard there's somebody, he said, he claimed to be a prophet, he says when he do poo-poo, the earth is swallow his poo-poo. Do you think he's lying?
Oh my God.
Do you think he's lying?
Who said that?
My cousin, not my cousin, he's not a close cousin, he's a cousin of my cousin, you know. He claimed that when he do poo-poo, the earth open wide its mouth and swallow his poop because he is sent by God and he is a prophet of Allah.
He's lying though.
Okay, he's lying. Guys, be my witness. Why he's lying?
What you mean? Like, come on, no. Give me give me the hadith or the verse that's saying that.
Why you think he is lying?
Because in the Sunnah.
Tell me why.
You know what you mean?
No, I want to know why you are saying you are making fun of my cousin who is a true prophet of Allah, and you don't give me a reason. You don't give me a reason why you are making fun of him.
So let me give you like the the description of the Mahdi.
Okay, let us focus
like
one by
physical.
one. Let us focus one by one. Look with me in the screen. Do you see what I am here showing you?
Yes.
Do you see the question?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
All right. Can you read and translate?
Was Earth like swallowing the what come out of the Prophet?
Yeah, the poop of the prophets. What was the answer?
Hold on. Can you read his name? Like the man who responded.
The name of who? This is Aisha and Mohammed talking.
No, the man who responded. Not
my friend, there's only Aisha. There's only Aisha.
Shia.
And this is Aisha and Mohammed. What do you think? In fact, Aisha, she used to do like the Pink Panther each time.
Oh my God! Can you keep writing like writing what? Like writing. وأخبر الطبراني أن هذا الحديث تفرد في روايته إسماعيل بن إيبان. Go back.
Hold on. I will show you. I will show you more reference. Hold on. So Aisha, each time she'd go to the bathroom, she find no shit. She said to him, "No shit. What the heck?" So he said to her, "Don't you know that we the Prophet?" Let me see if I can find.
Though this hadith is weak, though. Can't you understand it?
Where it says weak, where it says weak, while you are saying things is not there.
You can go. Oh my God! You can just
Okay, don't say oh my
scroll
God.
down, scroll down.
Say oh my Allah. It's not right to say oh my God.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not the
It's
same.
the same thing.
No. Listen, here we go. Here, this is the book of Surah. You said the Shia, this is Sunni. All right? This is the book name. And Aisha, she asked Muhammad about how come when she go to the bathroom.
No, the hadith is weak.
Read
the hadith is weak.
Where it says weak, where it says weak. Where?
Oh my God.
What?
Can you go back
كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا دخل الخلاء ثم خرج دخلت بعد.
Yeah, just
فلا أجد رائحة إلا إني أجد ريح الطيب. Aisha, she said, when she entered the bathroom after Muhammad right away, she don't find his shit. She found only very nice perfume smell. And then Muhammad, Aisha, she asked Muhammad, how come I don't see your shit after shit? He said, O Prophet of Allah, تأتي الخلاء فلا نرى منك شيئا من الأذى. And then Muhammad, he told her, oh, don't you know that the earth swallow our shit? Read it. أما علمت أن معشر الأنبياء نبتت أجسادنا على أرواح الجنة فما خرج منا من شيء ابتلعته الأرض. يا عائشة. Do you see it?
can you just scroll down though to the hadith?
I can scroll as much you want. Where you want me to go? All the same, repeating the same.
Though, like the
where? I mean, here we go. We'll go to the end. I can go to the end of the page. Well, so what? What do you want to go? You're a prophet.
I want to see like the hadith.
This is the hadith in front of you.
Can you go back to the first like the first site, the first website?
Which one? Which one?
The one you told me, like
this one?
Yeah, that site. Yeah, وأخبر الطبراني أن هذا الحديث تفرد في روايته إسماعيل بن آبان وفي ذلك إشارة منه إلى ضعف هذا الحديث.
No.
Like this,
he did not say. He did not say it's ضعيف. This is a lie. This is the guy who made the post. He said this is a signal that it's weak. But nowhere at-Tabarani says it's ضعيف. Nowhere. It's a lie.
The hadith is weak, man. Come on. We'll have like science, like we have hadith science.
Okay, I want you to give me.
You don't know how to work?
Listen,
how we work?
Listen, Khalid.
Khalid?
Sorry, Khalil. Listen, I want you to give me from a very clear evidence, which nobody can say da'if. Nobody say it's not authentic, that Muhammad is a prophet. What do you think?
What you mean?
I want to know if Muhammad is a prophet or not. Give me something very authentic.
The Quran.
Give me one thing in the Quran proof that Muhammad is a prophet.
Scientific facts.
Give me one.
Like embryology.
In the Quran speak about embryology? Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. Choose for me a verse speaking about embryology.
Just wait a minute. Quran 23, 12, 13.
All right, Quran 23. That's wonderful. Remember, it was your choice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you cannot take it back and say it's, this is you chose the.
Then we made.
All right, read it for me. Read it for me. Fine.
Then we made the nutfa, which is the sperm, into clot.
The nutfa mean the sperm, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Like the.
Okay, I agree with you. The nutfa mean the sperm. Go ahead, continue.
It means like small, like a quantity,
I know, but the sperm, I have one. Once upon the time, I have some sperm. No more. So now, continue reading. Don't worry about what is the sperm. We know what the sperm is.
Into a clot. And then we made the clot into a little lump. You want to search the clot?
So this is the miracle. This is a miracle. This is a miracle or a mistake?
What you mean a mistake?
Well, is the semen become dead blood?
Yes, in
The semen become dead blood.
dead blood.
Yes, it says
It
alaqa.
became.
Alaqa is dead
Can
blood.
you?
Alaqa.
No,
Alaqa is dead blood.
halaqa
Read
is
it. Read it in front of you. Read it. Read it. Read it.
halaqa is a clot.
This is your Muslim translation. Read it.
Can you search it though? Can you search Google like clot?
I
You will see like
speak
it's the
Arabic.
first
I
early.
speak Arabic better than your prophet. Alaqa mean الدم المتخثر. The dead blood.
Yes.
Okay, yes, you said yes. Al-mutakhathir is the dead
Though,
blood.
though, is it right though? Is this scientifically right?
No, since okay,
It is. Come on, man.
show me one university in the world says that a person, human being, when he have a orgasm, his semen will become blood.
Can you search it though? Can you search, please? Can you search a clot?
My friend, it's in front of
Like
you. See? This is the Muslim translation. You see it?
No, I'm talking like about the examples. Like
What the example? Alaqa is the blood which is dead. So if you cut your hand or your skin, blood will come out, and then after a while this blood will dry. That is exactly what the alaqa. A solid dead
oh my god.
blood.
Can you search it though on Google? Cause you will see it's the early
Yeah, I know
early stages
yeah,
of
the early. I
yeah.
know. Yeah, I know the early. Yeah.
Yeah, the early stages of pregnancy.
Yeah, exactly. There's nowhere in Google it says that the early pregnancy it is a dead blood, and there is no scientist in the world will say that the semen will become dead blood, and then the dead blood will become a lump of a flesh, and that flesh become bones, and then the bones will be covered by flesh. Is that what science says?
Yeah, we made
No.
of the little lump.
According to
flesh.
science, the one will multiply is the egg, not the semen. Semen will disappear. Semen will fertilize the egg and deliver the DNA message, and that's it. Semen is not there no more. I want you to go to Google and check for me how many days the semen can live inside the women.
Huh?
Huh?
Man, come on now.
How
Come
many
on.
days?
Don't play dumb though. Don't play dumb. You can search it. You can search.
I don't know how to search.
If this is
Isn't it Khalil is the one who mentioned this miracle for us? And now he don't want to help me to prove me wrong. What's wrong? Search in Google right now and tell me how many days the semen can live inside a woman after intercourse.
man.
Did you search?
Don't play dumb, please.
Did you search?
Tell me what you want to do again.
Search in Google how many days semen can live inside the women after intercourse. Just type how many days semen can live inside the women after intercourse. Maximum. Give me the number.
Five days.
5 days?
Yeah.
Do you agree with those people saying that? The scientist? Hello?
Hello?
Do you agree with those scientists saying 5 days?
So I'm talking like about the sperm. This verse
Do
talking
you
about
agree?
the nutfa.
No, it's speaking about the sperm. It is you who said the word sperm, not me.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a
sperm.
So this verse speaking about the sperm, literally about the sperm. So now, do you believe what those scientists say that the sperm can live only 5 days maximum?
Yes, but I'm talking. But the
All
verse
right.
is talking
You
about
said
the sperm
yes.
that fertilized the egg.
No problem, but can live inside the women no more than 5 days. You agreed with that already. Your
Yeah.
prophet says
Mm-hmm.
that the semen can
Yeah.
live between 40 to 45 days inside the women.
Yeah. It's show me the evidence.
I will show you the evidence. You see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
All right. This is your prophet, and this is very authentic. I can show it to you from Al-Bukhari, and this is from Muslim. The mic is yours. Did your prophet say that you are collected in the belly of your mother for 40 or
Yeah.
45 nights as semen?
Do you get the like what demons mean?
What?
What Siemens mean in the Quran?
Uh,
In Arabic. Can you search it?
Abdul, it's you who told me what nutfa. I asked you what nutfa mean. You said
Abdul.
semen. You said that.
Okay, Richard, let's just can you search the drop of semen? It's nutfa. Nutfa is like a single drop of like
Okay, single drop of semen. That mean millions of semen. Single drop. I
no,
agree.
that mean one semen though. That would mean one semen.
Nutfa is a drop, not one single semen. It's a drop. You said the correct thing.
At that time, nobody knew that the
Doesn't
semen is
matter.
like
Doesn't matter.
one.
At that time, nobody
So
knows how long the semen live. Your prophet, he claimed that Allah told
yes,
him
this is
this.
a miracle though.
All right. So
Yeah, this is a miracle.
when Allah told him 45 days, and the scientists they say only maximum 5 days, it's a miracle or it's a lie.
Oh my God, man, you playing dumb. I'm talking about one single sperm. At that time, they didn't know
All
what's a
right,
single sperm means or
I want
what
to give
what
you, I
it
want to
look
give you,
like.
I want to give
No,
you a break, Khalil.
hold on, let me finish though.
Hold on, I want to give you a break because we have this guy. He wanted to join us actually before you,
Yeah.
and he is a follower of Al Mahdi. You know, he want to talk to me. Just
Oh, so he's a Shia.
give me 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes. I will finish talking to him,
Yeah.
and I will go back to you. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Abdul Amir, go ahead. Go ahead, Abdul Amir. You are a follower of this Al Mahdi?
I'm not. He's according to me out of the bath.
He's what?
He's just a liar. He's out of the bath.
He's a liar.
Line of the madhab.
He's a liar.
Yes.
How you know he's a liar?
Yes. Well, because his first appearance was in Iraq. So
Can you speak? Let me see if I can increase your voice. Hold on, give me a second, because for some reason your voice is very low. Okay, go ahead now. Speak.
Because my mic is cheap.
Your microphone is cheap.
This yes. Because I'm not a technology guy, and even make a Discord just to talk with you.
Okay, so are you Shia? Are you Shia or Sunni?
I'm a Shia. I'm Ithna Ashari.
Okay. What is what?
Yamani. Ithna Ashari.
Okay, you are from the 12. No problem.
Shia.
What is the description of the Mahdi?
You want me to read the description for it?
Yeah. What is his description?
Okay, but just let me bring the book. It is a long description. It is as it is a facial. It is a brilliant description. But of course, there is another description. But let me talk about the history of Hassan Yamani first. And let me bring the book also. So, Hassan Yamani appeared after the American invasion. After a long period after, it's like 3 years or 4 years, like that. tell me if my English is weak because you know I'm an Arabic guy. I usually talk English, so it is like you are the first one, English one to talk with. The first English man I talk with him.
Okay, my friend, forget about the Mahdi. You look like you are going to give me a headache to speak about the Mahdi. I want you to give me a proof.
Yes.
You see, your friend, he is a Sunni. Sunni don't agree with the Shia. They believe the Shia will go to hell.
Oh no, well the Sunnis agree with us about the Mahdi.
No, they,
Yeah, almost,
no, they don't agree with you. No, they don't.
check all the main descriptions of it.
Okay, do the Sunni, hold on. Do the Sunni agree that the Mahdi is hiding in the cave right now? في السرداب?
Well, no, there is.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting. We don't agree with them.
Is it true that the mother? Is it true that Al Mahdi, when his mother,
I will talk for you and for me.
Listen.
Well, I'm here not about.
Okay, Amir. Is it true that you Shia believe that the mother of the Mahdi, she gave birth to him from her thigh? Narjis, she gave birth to him from her leg? I didn't hear you. What? What?
You don't say that.
Can you give me the reference what it says about his birth? Go ahead.
Okay. From now we and the Sunnis both agree that Mahdi is from the bloodline of the Prophet. And he is the 12th Imam. Because Sunnis have the Imam, I think. He said there is 12 Khalifa. They are all from Quraysh. And from that we differentiate.
Now give me the reference about the Mahdi, how he was born.
Just give me some minutes.
Because as I know that even Al-Hassan and Al-Hussein, they were born from the thigh of those women. They are not born from their private part.
This is in the Shia belief, though.
Yes, but he's denying that.
Man, come on, Shia. You know Shias are not Muslim. As soon as
no problem, but he is saying he is a Muslim.
That's not a good thing to say for someone who coming to the event.
So listen, Amir. Is it true that what I said, that you believe that Al-Hassan and the Hussein, not only the Mahdi, they were born from the thigh, the left thigh of Kulthum and Zainab, yes or no?
They both born from Fatima.
I know, but all of them, all those women, they gave birth from their thigh, not from their vagina. Is that true?
Well, just let me make up the, just let me...
What?
The wise, the book. All of you have the wire, show it to me. I can...
Are you talking to yourself? My friend, is it true or not? Say yes or no.
We did it. For the sake of truth, it is the first time to me to hear that.
All right, because you are talking to Christian Prince, and I am the master of Islam. You have to face it. Here we go. This is your Islamic website, and this is your Biharul Anwar Al-Allam Al-Majlisi, volume number 43, page number 256. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, it says here that Ruwiya and Fatima, read with me carefully, ولدت الحسن والحسين من فخذها الأيسر.
Just give me the pages if you can.
And Mary, the mother of Jesus, she gave birth to the Messiah from her right thigh.
Please don't laugh because it has a philosophical meaning.
What do you mean I don't laugh? I have to laugh. Why they are giving birth from their leg? I mean, how is the baby is coming from their leg, not from their vagina? Why? I'm giving you the reference. I'm giving you the
how
reference.
the
This is page
the
number
birth for someone
256.
without a father?
Huh?
You are thinking about the God, the birth for a mother without a father.
Oh, but you know, in the case of Jesus, we know why. You Muslim, you cannot tell us why.
It is a miracle.
Because he's God. He's God. But here you are telling me, you are telling me, even Jesus in Christianity, he was not born. You see, Mary, she gave birth to Jesus normally, not from her leg, like any woman. So why you Shia fabricated stories saying that Fatima and Hassan, she gave birth to Al Hassan wal Hussein from their from the left thigh. And why from the left thigh? Why from the left? Why not from the right one?
Just show me the pages if you can.
Huh?
I don't mean to interrupt you. For me, but I want to see the pages.
You want to see the pages I'm showing you? Don't you see my screen?
I mean the number of the page.
Page number 256.
256. What? Just 42. 40 صفحة 15. So show me the pages. Will you go? That was great. So me, I went to the 42.
I'm waiting for you for the answer. What are you doing?
I made you wait for so long.
Is it true that Al Hassan Al Hussein? Is it true that Al Hassan Al Hussein, when their mother, she gave birth to them from her thigh, he came out so clean, and his mother, she did not need to clean him?
Yes, let me just see that, and I will process it for you.
What?
And then give you my say.
Is it true?
Because you know we share.
Is it true that when he was born, Hassan Al Hussein, both of them, when they were born, their mothers, they did not have to clean them. They are born clean.
Just wait me. Wait me.
Each time a Muslim comes to me, he says to me, I never heard this before.
Well, because we know, we are not like a scholars. Not a scholar, but I'm debating with you.
Was Ali a scholar?
He was the scholar of the scholars.
Ali was a scholar of the scholars? Really?
Yes.
All right.
That's the reason he is called the Amir of Mu'mineen.
Who taught him? Like I learned to be scholar from teachers. As an example, I learned from Dr. Zakir Naik, who was teaching Muhammad, Ali, to become a scholar.
Well, first of thing.
So first what?
He lived with Muhammad since he was like 10 or 7. The first thing.
Because he accompanied Muhammad, so he learned from him, right?
Allah, he just not accompanied him. He also lived with him in the same house.
All right.
Same house. And following him, like he have a metaphoric say about his relationship with Muhammad. Say, I was following Muhammad just like a camel, like a young camel following his mother.
Okay.
So I was like sticking to Muhammad very much.
I want to tell you a story which happened to my cousin. My cousin, he had sex with his wife under the tree.
He doesn't have many stories, huh?
Hold on. Yeah, I have many stories. My cousin, he had sex with his wife under the fruit tree, and because of that, he have a son. He have 6 fingers. Is that true? If you have
I know what you meant. Look, is a hadith about we call it makruhat. I don't know what makruhat in English.
What do you mean? Why makruhat? This is authentic. This is authentic hadith.
Yes. It's authentic.
So he is saying they are not like to do. So like this is advices of not to do things, correct?
Yes. It is not saying it is haram.
All right.
You can do it.
So if we wanna ask you, what is the proof that Muhammad and Ali are people of knowledge? That will be the proof, right? What Muhammad said, teaching to Ali. Can we read together what your prophet says? Here we go. Read with me. The Messenger of Allah advised Ali ibn Abi Talib saying, "O Ali, when the bride entered the house, then take off her footwear when she sit and wash, her feet, and sprinkle the water from the door of the house to the farther part of the house. For if you do that, Allah will remove 70 type of poverty from your house and put 70 type of a blessing therein, and send down 70 mercies that flutter on the head of the bride until her blessing are placed in every corner of the house. It will protect the bride." Listen. Let us talk right. What? Because, how? Okay, listen. How that will give her blessing by taking off the shoe and then sprinkling water, and that will give her 70 mercy, 70 blessings, 70 good, 70 etc. How that work?
Let us first make things clear.
Is it true that the Shia are the most poorest people in the world? So why all of you do this, yet you are poor, all of you?
We're not poor. Who say we are poor?
Go to Iraq. I can show you right now, people in Iraq, they are almost like the most poor. Feel sorry for them.
Well, it is not. We are not poor.
Especially the Shia. Especially the Shia. Women in Iran, they are selling their kidney, even selling their body for sex, just for money. Very poor.
It is a propaganda.
Propaganda.
If you go to Iran, you won't see mans with what you say,
okay, this is propaganda. Okay, hold on. So you agree, if you sprinkle water, you will be rich. If you sprinkle water after your wife entered the house, you will be rich always, right?
Let us first have the polites of the talk. And,
I'm just asking questions. Why are you upset? Why are you upset? Why are you upset? I'm just asking questions.
I'm not upset. No.
All right. So now
you have the right to ask whatever you want.
Listen. Okay. Listen. Read with me. Read with me. Ali. Listen. Ya Ali. Don't have.
For me, I benefit from you.
Listen, Ali. Don't have intercourse with your women at the beginning of the month. Tell me why. Why I cannot have sex with my wife at the beginning of the month?
Let it be clear.
Because what?
Something.
Because what?
Let me say. Because someone giving me question after question, not making for me.
I'm afraid I might get married next month, and then I don't wanna have sex in the beginning of the month. I wanna know. I need your help. I don't wanna be in trouble, my friend. I don't want to be in trouble. So why I cannot? Okay. So listen, you cannot have sex in the beginning of the month. You cannot have sex in the middle of the month, and you cannot have sex at the end of the month. Listen, if I cannot have sex in the beginning of the month, and the middle of the month, and the end of the month, so when I'm going to have sex?
Yes. Well, how I can say talk?
What?
I talk.
You talk.
And let me have enough time for me to talk.
Okay, go ahead. Why we cannot have sex in the beginning of the month, the middle of the
From
month,
the
the end of the
beginning
month?
of me standing in the stage, well, I'm not having enough time for me to talk.
Oh, are you going to
First
make a
want
drama about who will
to
talk now? Go ahead,
do the history
answer.
of the Yamani, but you didn't let me to talk about it.
So listen,
Then you answer me
don't
about
change
the
topic.
birth, ask question me about the
This
birth
is
of the Mahdi.
more
I didn't let me
important. This is more
talk
important
about it.
for me because I'm planning to have sex in the beginning of the month, the middle of the month, the end of the month. I
It's
want to
not
know.
important because this
No,
is
it's
juzayat.
important. It's
This
important.
is juz'iyat. It
It's
is a part of the
no,
deen.
no.
The most important thing
Either
of the deen
Muhammad is
is the usul,
are you
the
listen,
origins of the deen.
Ali,
These the
are
origins
you
which differentiate the
ashamed?
deen from a deen,
Okay,
a religion from a
are you
religion.
trying to escape the embarrassment of what your prophet said?
I'm not trying. I will answer you.
Then answer
I
it.
will answer you.
Then answer it.
These hadith.
Then
These
answer.
hadith
Answer it.
are pieces of advice. So, the Prophet saying, Ali, don't have intercourse with your woman at the beginning of the month, and in the middle, and it is middle, or at it is it. If you're talking about the Prophet saying to Ali, don't have intercourse, like saying it is an impolite thing to say it, or it is an ugly saying or word, it is a piece of advice. And we have saying in my country, we say no shame in
We are
the
not talking about shame or not.
house.
I'm asking
Because
what is the reason? What will happen? Listen, Ali, focus. What will happen
yes.
if Ali have sex in the beginning of the month? What will happen?
It is insanity or else insanity level and dementia will hasten to her and her child. Nisyan dementia will hasten to her and her
So
child.
if you have sex in the beginning of
Bad
the
thing
month
happened too.
or in the middle of the month or the end of the month, your son will have leprosy, insanity, and dementia. Is that scientifically proven to be true?
Let it be clear first. We both agree with the things like questions.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Baptized.
What's your name? What's your name? Huh?
My name, no, or what?
Your name? What's your name?
My name is Abdul.
Okay, because I forgot because my father have sex with my mom at the middle of the month. So how I can remember your name? What's your name again?
Is sorry for that. And the second thing to say that is hadith are not a guaranteed hadith. Meaning that if a man do that with his woman, it is not something sure we have it.
What?
It is not mahtoom. It's not something
No,
that
it says
must be
no.
happen.
It says if you do that, the child will have this insanity, one of those, or maybe all. Insanity, leprosy, and dementia. I have the three of them. I have the three of them. So obviously my dad was having sex with my mom in the beginning of the month, the middle of the month, the end of the month. I hate it. I have dementia now.
Yes, you are right. If you look for this hadith alone, will understand it like that. If you look to another hadith,
give me the other hadith.
Completing each other.
Give me the other hadith so we can look at it.
Like the sadaqah, giving money.
Give me the what does this have to do with giving money with sex? Come on, he's saying to him, don't have intercourse. What does it have to do with doing giving charity now?
Just let me complete.
My friend, trust me, I donate charity semen every month. Millions of donations to the semen bank. Come on, don't go there.
This is haram.
Who in the world wanna believe that this has been taught to Muhammad by his God?
Can you believe that God, if one spank you, give him another cheek, to spank it.
No, this is not
Do you
what
believe that
this
the
is
God
not
said that to our God?
this is not what my God said. This is why when the Muslim they came to beat our cheek, we gave you shish kebab and we send you the crusade. You forgot? So what Jesus said, because at that time, hold on, at that time
All of you
there was a law.
say
Hold
about the
on, there was a
crusade.
law.
I
There was
don't
a
want
law
to
for the
talk about
Roman.
and
There was a
profile
law. Let
because
me
it
answer
is
you.
not a proper thing.
No,
Don't fight.
there's a law for the Roman. If you hurt somebody in certain cheek, you go to jail. So Jesus saying to us, use the law. Don't be evil. Don't take it by your hand. However, in the Bible it says that Jesus says to Peter, go and buy a sword. The one who don't have a sword, go and buy one. So if this is what the Bible says, then why Jesus asking his disciple to buy swords and to have swords? So you got it wrong. In the same time, as long you mentioned this, you're a prophet. A guy came to his house and he said he wanted F Aisha. What your prophet did to him, do you know?
Don't take Aisha as a hujjah.
What? Okay, okay, okay. What's happened to you? The guy even he broke the door. I can show the reference. He broke the door. He entered into the house of Muhammad, and he told him, "I want this woman." What Muhammad said to him? Did he dare even to take his sword and fight him? No, coward. He said, "But she is the mother of the Prophet." And then listen. And then after he left Aisha, she said, and then after he left Aisha, she said to her husband, the coward husband, she said to him, "Who is this guy who speak to you in such a way?" He said to her, أحمق مطاع. He is a fool, we have to obey. Which means if he insists to F you, he will F you. We have to obey. Am I lying?
Ahmed,
I'm lying?
this hadith
Uh-huh.
has no value to me.
Why? Who are you?
It is from another sect. It's from another system of hadith. I don't believe in it even. From the Sunnis.
Okay, you believe in the flying elephant, which is made from mud, but you don't believe in this
No,
one?
it is a weak. It's a weak hadith, man.
The elephant,
You go to
the elephant, the elephant hadith is the elephant hadith is weak.
Yes.
Are you sure? Who said it is weak?
I will just show it.
No, how you know it's weak? Do you know the hadith?
Yes.
Okay, tell me the hadith. As long you know it, tell me what it is. Don't tell me yes, tell me the hadith.
Let me show it. I'm not like Harvard.
Huh?
What is the word for Harvard?
You remember? You memorize. You don't memorize. Memorize.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, memorize. The week.
Is it true that the watermelon is Shia if she is sweet?
Man, enough. There's a lot of questions. Let us.
I don't know. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Is it true? So the elephant he fly in Shia. The watermelon is a Shia if she is sweet. If she's a Sunni if she is not. Is that true?
Yes, this side is true.
How vegetables became Shia?
Well, because for the materialized world, there were two worlds. First is the dog world.
What?
Where all the unmaterialistic, like our souls.
Okay.
The soul and your soul.
Oh, they used to be human and then they become watermelon?
No. They don't used to be human. Just were souls. Not like the souls in your imagination, like souls that are in the films or things. Not just like a soul, which is not a materialistic being.
The watermelon have soul. The watermelon have soul.
A core of life.
And this why she is Shia.
Yes.
Okay.
Then there were a test that didn't mind something of our destiny. Our births. And in this test, the God took from us his word.
Okay, I want to ask you, as long we mentioned the elephant, what is the origin of the elephant?
Well, you didn't let me search it.
What do you mean search it? You are the Shia, not me.
Yes, give me time to search.
Hmm.
Do you have any question? The questions are benefits me.
No, we are. You know, are you using a voice changer? I don't know. Your sound like a voice changer. Sometimes it's normal. Sometimes it's weird.
Well, that's because my mic, or maybe the internet.
Oh, okay. It's maybe made by watermelon. All right. What is the origin of the elephant according to the Shia?
There is no watermelon mic.
What is the origin of?
Anyway.
What is the origin of the elephant?
Okay. So there was like this is a website. ضعف السند الرواية كونها مروية من طريق القياف. It is not even from us. From Ahmed bin Mansour.
I'm asking you. Listen. We will go there. Listen. No, I'm talking about the Shia. I told you about Sunni. What is the origin of the elephant?
Yes.
Is it true? Is it true that? Is it true? Is it true? You tell me yes or no. Is it true that the elephant he is a man, he's a Muslim man, used to have sex with the animals, so Allah made him an elephant? Yes or no? Yes.
What did you say?
Is it true that the elephant was a man, a Muslim man, but because he liked to have sex with the goats and the animals, Allah cursed him and he made him an elephant?
This is another subject. No, you have the
just tell
story,
me.
I think,
just tell me yes or no. Just tell me yes. Just tell me yes or no.
This is not a good thing to.
What's not? What is not? It's not. Yes or no?
Right way to answer.
Is it yes or no?
Will not answer if you don't let me explain it.
Do you want to explain even this one?
Let me explain.
What do you mean explain? It says in the hadith that the elephant, he had sex with the animals. He was a Muslim man. He have sex with the animals. And this is why Allah he cursed him.
It is the hadith of Mansukhin.
Exactly. So according to your prophet,
let me talk.
13 animals. Okay, can you read for us? Can you read for us? Then we can discuss it. Let us read here.
If you make it in the Arabic, it is better because
because the audience they speak English. Sorry, I can give you the link in Arabic if you want, so you can read it from your side, no problem. But we have to show the English one for the audience don't speak Arabic.
Anyway. Show the English.
Oh,
just
all right.
You read it if you want to.
Okay. So Allah he cursed. Allah he cursed 13 kind of animals from a human being. Right? 13 groups. Monkeys. Listen. Monkeys, swine, bats, lizard, bears, elephants, leeches, seals, scorpion, cronopus, Venus, spider, and porcupines. The monkey referred to the tribe of the children of Israel who lived in the sea. They violated the Sabbath, so Allah he made them monkeys. Do you agree with that? He agrees.
Let me explain, please.
No, let us continue. Let her explain. The swine refers to the group of the children of Israel who were cursed by Jesus. Do you agree? Just say yes or no.
What the swine mean?
Pigs. So Jesus cursed the Jews, and they become, all of them, they become monkeys, correct? They become pigs, sorry.
Not all Jews.
No, all of them at that time. He cursed who? It says the children of Israel.
let me answer. والله أصحاب السبت. the people of Sabt.
Oh, those all the
They are on the
those
Jews who
all the Jews, all the Jews, they follow Sabbath.
It is a group of Jews. Jews
All right.
not
So
was
now you
situated with
agree,
just one
you
area.
agree with this, that Jesus, if he curse you, he can make you a pig, correct?
Allah is he is a prophet. If he curse me, I will go to hell and be what I will be.
Can okay, you're a prophet, he cursed all his enemies, he could not make one of them a pig.
Because it is according to a godly rule.
Ah, I see. Okay, let us continue. All right. So the pat refers to the woman. The pat refers to a woman who used to exploited her wet nurse by using magic. This is the pat. It was a woman. The God transformed her into a pat, and the lizard referred to the Bedouin Arab who killed anyone he saw. The God transformed him into a lizard. The bear referred to a man who robbed the pilgrims.
Instead of you.
Listen.
Can I read it instead of you?
Okay, read it, read it.
Can I read it instead of you?
Uh-huh.
Can I read it instead of you?
Read it.
God transmuted him into a lizard, and the bear refers to a man who robbed pilgrims. So, now it means that the God created the lizard or the bear by the man, meaning that the lizard or the bear aren't existed before that the man transmitted into it. Means that God just punished that man by transmitting it into bear or any animal from these animals.
Okay, I wanna go. I wanna go with you.
Where humans are transmitted into animals, they die after 3 days or maybe I think 3 days if I remember.
Okay, Abdul, I wanna go with you. I make fun of Allah. Listen. Which one is bigger a crime? Making fun of Allah and Muhammad and Ali, or this guy who Allah made him a lizard or a bear? I make fun of Allah every day. Why Allah don't make me a lizard?
Because it is not something.
Something? Not something.
People need it.
Because
if Allah transmits you into a lizard.
Okay. In Israel, a lot of Jews are not following the Sabbath. Why Allah don't make them monkeys?
Because I just tell you, it is not something right to do.
What? What do you mean not? It says in the Quran, because they broke the Sabbath, Allah made them monkeys and pigs. Okay. There's millions of Jews today. They don't follow the Torah. Even they are gays. So which one is a bigger crime for Allah? If somebody is a gay or somebody is not following the Sabbath, and why Allah don't make them any more monkeys? Listen, the Israeli right now, they are attacking the good Muslims. Hamas, peace be upon them. So now, why Allah don't curse the Jews and make them pigs and monkeys?
Because there is a difference between the Jews that were living among prophets.
Okay.
With the Jews living now today.
Listen.
There was,
no problem. But no, they are Jews.
40,
No, hold on. Don't tell me different from today. The Quran says that all the Jews, they will believe in Jesus before the day of judgment. So they are the same Jews. They are still exist.
They are not the same Jews.
It's the same. When the Jews, they bomb your people. They bomb, listen. When Israeli, the Jews, they bomb Hezbollah and Nasrallah and the Shia in Lebanon. Why Allah don't curse them and make them lizard and pigs and monkeys?
Because it is not something of hikmah. Hikmah, what is hikmah in English?
Wisdom. Where is the wisdom in this? What is the wisdom? What is the wisdom? Okay, what is the proof that the guy who used to be a man, he have sex with the animals, he became an elephant? What is the proof of that?
It's just hadith.
It isn't a proof? Okay. Do you
Like a
witness?
physical proof?
Listen,
No,
listen.
there's no physical.
Did you witness any Shia man? He had sex with the goat. Allah made him an elephant. Huh? No? So only one guy, Allah decided to make him an elephant. So there's many elephants in the world. Okay, there's a guy who used to have sex with animals. Allah made him an elephant. How he get a spouse?
My man. The way of saying.
What?
Way of talking. Way of debating.
What the way
Just
of the
misleading one.
misleading?
Let me talk. Let me talk.
We don't need to talk. You are talking. We're talking. Did I mute you? So Allah, He made one man. He made him an elephant. How he was able to make babies?
Yes, I heard that. I heard.
How he was able to make babies?
Yes. Let me talk.
Talk, talk.
Explain the talk.
Oh, talk.
Talk.
TikTok.
TikTok is like it's, people that the Indians write in my language.
You are a Hindu?
My dialect.
Are you a Hindu?
In Iraq, because of busy, our gods are busy. So people found a way for this. The busy word is to write the Mark Show, maybe in English there.
Anyone understand what this guy is saying? I will shave my 20-foot beard if anyone can tell me what he's saying. I have no idea what are you saying. Listen. The guy, one guy was having sex with the goat. Allah curse him, make him an elephant. Okay. How he got a female?
Oh, I will talk, and you let me explain that.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, I'm losing my patience. The elephant was a man who become an elephant, a male elephant. Okay. How this elephant, one elephant, how he was able to make many elephants? Who is his wife? Mrs. Elephant, where she came from? Remember, it was a guy, it was only one guy. He did have sex with
I heard that, my man.
Okay.
I heard that from the first time. No need to repeat. Me and you. I'm a Muslim and you are a Christian. Both different about the God, but we both have similarities.
No, we don't.
Both say that our
No,
God,
we don't.
God is able to do anything.
No, not your God. Can your God have a son?
He can.
He can. No, he cannot.
Yes.
No, he cannot.
He can.
Are you making fun of the Quran? Guys, be my witness. Be my witness. This man is making fun of the Quran because the Quran says, how can Allah have a son if you don't have a girlfriend?
The Quran also say that Allah is Al-Qadir, meaning that He is all able to do anything.
Okay, He is Qadir, but he cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. He is like any man.
Yes.
All right. So
let me explain my word. Let me explain my word.
Who is the one questioning the ability of Allah? Allah saying, how can He? Who is saying that? Allah. How can He have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? Can Allah have a son without a girlfriend?
You now let me talk.
Can Allah have a son without girlfriend?
Your God have a son without a wife.
Exactly.
Yes,
see, so my God is Almighty. Listen. You just gave a good answer. My God is Almighty. He do not need a wife to have a son. Your God cannot.
Oh, because my God didn't make a wife, didn't make a son, because having a son is something weak, is something of need. Why humans have?
Hold on. How that will make him weak? How that will make? Listen.
It is a weak.
Your God is weak. He cannot have a son. It is an act of weakness to say, I cannot have a son unless I have a girlfriend. That means you are the same as any animal.
Can Can I give you a question?
Animals, they cannot have children or babies unless they have a spouse. The same for a human being. So now you are saying to me, your God is the same as the monkey, the donkey, the human, anybody. He need a female.
No.
Yes, he
I'm
need a
not saying
female.
that.
Okay.
Don't-
Can
don't-
Allah have a
don't-
son
don't-
with?
don't-
Can Allah
don't-
have a son?
don't.
Can he have a son without a female?
He is al-Ghani. He don't need for anything.
Ghani,
He is
Ghani,
al-Qawi. He's
Ghani.
the Almighty.
Listen, Ghani mean rich.
Let me.
Ghani mean
Yes, I'm answering the question.
no.
Can God have
Anything you say,
No.
I will use against you.
Let me
You
answer.
said he is Ghani.
Listen.
How he is Ghani, which means rich, but he take money from the Muslims.
No. This is a weak spot for you. Al-Ghani in Arabic means no need for a thing. Al-Ghani, it is a metaphoric say for someone with many money.
How he is
money.
doesn't matter rich with what. He is rich with everything. God, he rich with gold, rich with silver. For sure, he owned everything.
No.
Yes. God, he owned the whole universe.
Ghani,
Listen. But
Ghani
your God was begging for loan.
the verses.
He was begging for mortgage. There's tons of them in the Quran. Chapter 2, verse number 2, 4, 5.
The verses.
I gave you the verse.
Before. الذي يقبض الله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه له أضعافا كثيرة والله يقبض ويبسط وإليه ترجعون. يقبض means he collect. He collect.
It
is a metaphoric way for Allah to say.
No, he was talking about real money. Don't. No, he was talking about real money. We can read the interpretation. We can read. We can read. Okay, hold on. Do you want me to read the Shia interpretation? He was asking people to give money.
Yes, and let it the tafsir al-Mizan because it is most right tafsir.
You like al-Mizan?
Yes.
Okay. He like al-Mizan. What I can say? The guy he liked the Mizan, so we have to go with the Mizan. You will not change your mind later? Okay. I have to go with your choice. All right. تفسير الميزان الطبطبائي. All right. This is تفسير الميزان in the front of your eyes. Go ahead. Let us go to the verse where it says, where is the qardan hasanan? Where is qardan hasanan? I don't see qardan here. All right, read carefully.
Do you study Arabic or you are from Arabic background?
No, I study Arabic. You know, I am from Pakistan. Are you from Pakistan too, like me?
Oh.
No, okay.
Iraqi.
Oh, you are Iraqi. I feel sorry for you. Iraqi don't speak good Arabic.
Speak Arabic.
No, Iraqi don't speak Arabic. Shakum mako.
No, man, even the principles of Arabic were made in Basra and Kufa.
شلونك عيني شلونك عيني شو مخلي على عيونك. Listen, I speak Arabic better than you. I speak Iraqi better than you. So don't go there. So listen. Here it says, you said this is not about money, and you asked me for tafsir al-Mizan, and this is al-Mizan. It says about money. It says it's about money. You said it's metaphorical.
Oh no, it is about money. But I mean the verse, which is
so what kind of God? What kind of God? He begged people to give him money.
يقبض ويبسط وإليه ترجعون.
Who
Is a
cares?
metaphoric
Listen,
way
listen.
to say,
Okay, but this is not the topic. The topic is Allah, He begged Muslims for money.
oh, let me tell you. And
Lord
when
have
the
mercy.
church asked the people
But this is not God. This is not God. Those people.
give them money,
Listen,
give
no.
them
Listen,
money,
listen. That in
the
the
church
in
begging
the
for
listen,
money,
listen.
or it is
When
asking
people
them for a sick.
listen in the church, people voluntarily they give because they knew they need to support.
You was also Muslims. We Muslims also.
Listen. You're a prophet. He promised rich people who give him.
Don't forget that in
You're a
chapter of
prophet.
history you
Okay.
were
Did
Zakir
Jesus? Did Jesus ask people to give him money so they will go to heaven like your religion? No. Did Jesus say is the one who will go and give me money, he gave a mortgage to God? No. Did Jesus say is the one who don't give money, Allah will not reward? Listen. So
Mohammed didn't ask for money.
do Islam teach interest?
Like riba? No.
Okay, but isn't this this is interest?
Between the husband
If you
and
give,
his wife.
if you give money,
Strangers is not allowed.
if you give money to Allah, Allah will multiply it for you. Isn't this what interest is?
It is not interest. Interest is from the same kind. Like
What?
and it is even it is a metaphoric.
It's a metaphoric. How it's metaphoric? It's real money. It's real money.
Oh no.
It says here it's a real money. You said to me in the beginning it's not money. It turned to be a real money. So you pay money, and because you paid money, Muhammad he promised you heaven. And the Quran saying, if you give Allah money, Allah will multiply it for you. Isn't it? This is what interest.
What you call in English?
Loan, mortgage.
Loan. A loan. When somebody need a loan, it is conditioned is a word even. شرط يشرط عليه. تشرط عليه.
Conditions, okay.
He must retain the money. With interest.
Okay.
If it is a loan with interest. Right?
So now you give Allah money, Allah will give it to you back, huh? But he multiply it.
No, it is not money.
Yeah, he will give you. No, he will give you money. He will give you gold. Yes, in heaven, he will give you more. He will give you gold. He will give you gold and silver and bracelet in heaven.
No, it is not like that. If you
in heaven, Allah will not give you. Allah will not give you. Listen, do Allah.
It is not like a loan.
Okay, listen.
Means like.
I want a clear answer. You said no. You said
when you
no.
give the money for the church.
You said no. This is different. This is not. This is not to. When we give money to the church, this is not to God. This is not to God. God do not need our money. This is for the church. It's a building. It's have electricity. It have water. It have cost. So people donate to support that. So listen, this is not a mortgage to God, and God will not multiply our money. Listen, if those a Christian, listen, this is a scam. If I say to the Christian now, if you donate to me, God will multiply your money, that means I'm scamming them. I'm lying to them because I'm claiming.
It's not multiplying the money. It's not multiplying the
money.
It
is no money.
You are making a word.
It's in front of you. Allah will multiply your money. You give it to him, he give it to you 10 times, 20 times more.
It is not money.
You said to me, open Tafsir al-Mizan. I open al-Mizan. It says money.
Read it.
It's in front of you.
Let me say. Let me read it. I read. سمي ما يدفع للإنسان من المال بشرط رد بدله قرضا. It is he is divining the word قرض. which is mean المال الذي يرد بالشرط.
And
He is not saying it is the meaning of the ayah. He is just explaining the word
Lord have mercy. You're repeating
second
yourself,
thing.
my friend. So the multiply of the money, is it going to be money? Yes, because in heaven, Allah will give you gold. In heaven, Allah will give you gold and silver and bigger houses.
This literally. Oh, yo, copy that and make it into the Google Translator. And let it.
Listen, here we go. It says even here. Look,
سمي ما
it says
وسمي
here.
ما يدفع
It
إلى
says
الإنسان من
الإنفاق
المال
في سبيل الله
بشرط
حيث
بدنه أو
Listen, this is when you spend for the sake of Allah, Allah will multiply it for you. So I'm asking you now in front of everybody, how Allah will multiply it for you, the money you give Him. Tell us.
Later to the after and the afterlife.
How?
The life, the money you give it for the sake of Allah, turn into a good deeds. Good deeds make you live good in the afterlife.
How Allah will multiply it? My friend, I'm asking you how Allah will multiply it. How Allah will multiply it?
Like He created me, He created that.
Lord have mercy.
Complicated form.
All right, guys. Okay, this is became I'm just talking, wasting my time. Anyway, listen, Khalid, I have to go really. Abdullah, we talk again next time. Thank you for coming.
Man, you really wasted my time also. You didn't let me explain anything.
You could not explain anything. Everybody is my witness. It's recorded. It's in YouTube. You can download it, post it on your channel. You explain nothing because you're a prophet. You're a prophet. You're a prophet. He took them. You're a prophet. Listen, you're a prophet. He took the farm of Abu Dahdah. Abu Dahdah, he had a farm of 600 palm tree. You're a prophet. He promised him a corner lot in heaven.
Look for that. You're jumping from topic to topic. From topic to topic.
No.
Just
this is the qard. This is the same verse. The same verse. Muhammad, he promised the guy who gave him 600 palm tree farm, a farm in heaven. Okay.
From topic to topic.
No, this is the same topic. That's topic. Anyway, guys, it's time for me to go. I have to go. But as you see, Muslims are very funny. And the second you put them in the corner, they try to change the topic in the speed of light. This is a religion. Anyone, all cult leaders, they want from you two things: your money and sex. All of them. And this is why you don't find that with Jesus. Jesus do not need your money. And if you give him money, he will not need it, he don't take it. Jesus asked you to feed the poor. He said, when you do that to them, you did it to me. He don't want anything from you. God do not need you. You need God. With the Christ, you cannot bribe God with donation. In Islam, all of it is about money. The more you give Muhammad, the more your penis will increase the size. The more he will increase the women in your bed. The heaven of Allah have 100 floor. Even in the heaven of Allah, there is a slavery. And there is little boys will serve you for eternity. That alone is enough to make you see how ugly this heaven. Even in heaven, there is slaves. Women are slaves. Children are slaves. Their job is to please me. That is evil. In heaven, if slavery is in heaven, where a human being will become a human again? With Jesus, all of us, we will be family. Black, white, Asian. Doesn't matter who you are, what language you speak. I am an Arab. I love Jesus. He's my Lord. He's my Savior. I will die for my faith. He do not need me to die for him. Nobody can take down Jesus. No grave can hold him. No death can take him. No sword can kill him. For he is a true God. Not like the God of Muhammad, he needed a bunch of terrorists to protect him. If you ask the Muslim, where is Jesus? They will say to you, he's in heaven. Where is Muhammad? He's in the grave. That is telling you every story. The living God is the Messiah. Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. Whoever follow Muhammad, he is following the dead. And whoever follow Jesus, he is fearing the living God. And the Messiah said, promising, and he keep his promise. Whoever believe in me and die will live. Those are child molester followers. We are followers of the Holy Lord. His act was holy. His word was holy. His ethic is holy, and he never commits sin. And his promises is to be with the Holy Father, not the heaven of sex and pervert. Even God, when he created a man, he created one woman for him. One man, one woman. Their God, he created millions of women just for sex. He spent 1,000 years to smooth the skin of each one of them. Look how slow. You never heard of Vaseline or Nivea. My God, heaven, is glorious, is beautiful, is noble, is above your stomach and your sexual parts. If God can give me enjoy a bite of food, can God give me a higher joy, noble joy in heaven without sex, without food? He can. For he is the creator of every joy. Those Muslims, they follow a pervert. He try his best to make them pervert like him. Encourage them to kill just for the sake of vaginas and sex and child molestation. My Lord, he said, be holy like your Father. And not everyone says to me, Lord will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will. Their Lord, the devil, he says, all sin is forgiven, except if you associate with me, Shaitan. Their God is Satan. He's encouraging them to do sin. He said to them in the day of judgment, Allah will take the sin of Muslims, put it in the Christian and the Jews. So go and sin as much you want. My Lord, he said clearly, that drunken, fornicators, killers, thieves, homosexual will not enter heaven. You have to repent. Be holy like your Father. From their fruits you shall know them. And the bad tree will be cut off and thrown into the hellfire. That is the Lord's words, the wisdom of wisdom. I warn you, don't follow those liars. There's many thieves, they come out to this earth. Scammers, they want your vagina and your pocket. Dark is their rooms. Gang is their system. Filth is their ethic. Lies is their proofs. Zero miracles, but words. But we are the followers of the Messiah, who make the dead living, who raised the ones who dead for 3 days from the grave, who healed the leper, who make the blind see. The Messiah himself is a miracle. Not only he do miracle, for God is a miracle. And all the miracles belong to him. So I hope today we have a good time together. Give us a like if you like what we do. Give us dislike, please, if you don't like it. I like it too. And don't forget to leave a comment about something you heard, either laughable or something bad or whatever you want. I like people who think. I don't like people who I think for them. God gave you a gift, use it. And that is called the brain. Brain with ethic is a beautiful brain. Brain with faith is a beautiful brain. Brain with zero ethic is evil, wicked. And the Lord, he says, peace for those who love peace. and no peace for the wicked, the Lord said. Thank you very much for being here. May the Lord bless you. God is good, so is Jesus, and we are the crusade. See ya.